Okay, I believe we are now live on YouTube. So good evening and welcome to the Thursday, August 20th, 2020 regular meeting of the Board of Education, Newark Unified. And Ms. Gutierrez, roll call, please.
Member Zhang,
Here.
Member Nguyen,
Here.
and Member Martinez, President Martinez.
Here. Can you please call out Member Rodriguez as well?
Member Rodriguez is absent.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear if he will be joining, but we do have quorum, so we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you. Before we get started, I wanted to go ahead and just do a couple of reminders that we are broadcasting the meeting via our YouTube channel. For those that just would like to observe the meeting, if folks are interested in submitting public comment, those are always done prior to the meeting, or those requests are done prior to the meeting. There's two ways of sharing public comment. One is written comment, and those should be submitted to the office by the previous Wednesday before the meeting. Those written public comments will not be read out loud, but they will be part of the record. For live comments, again, we do request an email be sent to the address publiccomment@newarkunified.org by 1 p.m. at the latest on the day of the meeting. And again, at that point, once we've received those, you will be those that do submit requests for public comment will receive a link to join the Zoom meeting as a panelist, which is where folks get a chance to actually speak, and no video will be shared, just the audio for public comment. We are still working through some kinks. I know last week, 2 weeks ago, the deadline was 3 o'clock. We are still working to, as the process gets smoother, hopefully we're going to be able to just get that timing clear so that it doesn't move and everybody knows what to expect. I know the links went out a little later than expected today, so I do apologize for that. Again, we'll continue to fine tune that in the weeks to come. Again, so these, once your turn to speak comes up, you will be promoted to panelist. And again, the allocated time is 3 minutes to speak. Once that time is up, you will be remuted, and you will join we'll call the, what's the other word, non-panelist section.
Attendees.
The attendee section, thank you. Again, as with in-person meetings, the board respects the right of the public to comment on board matters. The content of messages should be civil and appropriate for public meeting of a school district governing board. Employees who are defamed by public comment may be entitled to pursue legal action against those who engage in such speech. Also, in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, and upon request, individuals who require appropriate alternative modification of the agenda or accommodations in order to observe or participate in board meetings are invited to contact Ms. Gutierrez via email at lgutierrez@newarkunified.org by noon on the Monday preceding the scheduled board meeting. Again, I'm going to try to do just a refresher of those announcements for done at the previous week, this meeting, maybe another meeting, just so that as we have any changes, we're able to update everybody that has joined us. So thank you for bearing with me there. And so moving on to item 2.2, which is the approval of the agenda. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as is? Unless there's any changes.
I move to approve the agenda as it is.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you, Member Zhang, Member Nguyen. And Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. So motion carries and the agenda is approved. Okay, item number 2.2, public comment on closed session items. Do we have any requests for public comment, Ms. Gutierrez?
Not in closed session.
Okay. Thank you very much. So before we recess to close session, just as a reminder, and folks who do have their agendas in front of them would know that we will be discussing in closed session, public employee discipline dismissal release. 3.2 is conference with labor negotiator employee organizations, NTA and CSEA. 3.3 is conference with labor negotiator, NUMA, unrepresented supervisors and contracted management. And item 3.4, which is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. And with that, we recess to closed session and we rejoin everyone back at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Hi, can I ask who just joined?
I guess President Martinez has some technical issues happening, so I guess I will be starting this meeting and leading the Pledge of Allegiance. So first, welcome everybody to the August 20th regular board meeting of Newark Unified School District, and we'll start the open session. And in addition, welcome our student member, Wahab Salini, member Salini. Is that the correct way to pronounce your name?
Yes, it is. Hello, everybody.
Welcome. So I'll be leading the Pledge of Allegiance. Can everybody stand and follow me?
Oh, so sorry.
I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
to
to the flag of the
Flag
United
of the United States of
Of
America,
America. And
and
to the
and to the
republic
republic
for
for
which it
which it
stands, one nation,
under
under
God,
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 indivisible,
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 with
with
liberty
liberty
and
liberty and
justice for all.
justice for all.
Hello, I'm so sorry. I was having some technical, I could hear you. All right, and I think we had a glitch where everybody came in as Ms. Gutierrez, so I will just rename myself very quickly here. Okay, welcome. Welcome back as we reconvene to open session. Thank you, Member Zhang, for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Item 5 is report out on closed session actions, and no reportable actions were taken. With that, we move to item 6, which is a student report. Superintendent Triplett, would you like to introduce who our speakers will be?
Yes, thank you, President Martinez. Good evening, board members, staff, and public. I am Mark Triplett, Superintendent, and I am delighted to introduce our this year's student board member, Mr. Wahab Salemi. And I believe he's going to start with a few words.
Sorry, I was having some technical issues. Can everybody hear me?
yes.
Yes. Actually,
Okay, sorry.
Wahab, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Wahab. I'm so sorry. Just I wanted to, I'm not sure if Member Zhang mentioned that Member Rodriguez joined us in closed session. So Ms. Gutierrez, if the record could show. Thank you. So sorry, Wahab. Please
That's
proceed.
okay. Good evening, members of the board, executive cabinet, and Newark community members. I'd like to take this time to formally introduce myself. My name is Wahab Salimi, and I have been elected as student board member for the 2020-2021 school year. I'm a junior at Newark Memorial, and it is an absolute honor to have the opportunity to represent the students of this district. Tonight, I'd like to take a few minutes outlining some of my goals I hope to accomplish this school year. Firstly, I'd like to recognize the fact that we're in an unprecedented time. It is a very difficult time for all of us. I applaud all the hard work our teachers have been doing to ensure students get the same high quality education as we would if we were in a classroom. I hope to work with the rest of the board members to make sure we are addressing some of the new challenges that have arisen because of the new way of learning. For example, how are we communicating with our English language learner student population and their families? How are we ensuring high quality education and access to necessary resources for our special education students? How are we as a district making sure we create a safe spot for students whose only safe spot was their school before the pandemic? Lastly, how do we make sure no student is left behind? Other issues I hope to prioritize are mental health of students, taking a deep look at our disciplinary systems and looking at ways we can make it more equal by starting conversations around restorative justice and the student suspension to prison pipeline, looking at bias in classroom and creating a culture-sensitive campus, making sure that every student, regardless of their background, is reaching state academic goals, making sure our undocumented population feels safe at home, safe at school, slowly making school campuses eco-friendly and effective community outreach to each member of our community. In the coming weeks, I plan on sharing some ways I believe this body can begin to reach those goals. I can't wait to begin working on these issues. I also look forward to beginning my full student reports in September and updating our community on events and things happening at Newark Memorial High School. Our first few days of school have been very successful, and I think there has been a great effort from both teachers and students to make distance learning work. And I know everyone is more than ready to work hard and make sure this year is a great year. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, student member Wahab Salemi. Welcome and thank you for very, very thoughtful words and intentions, and we are very excited to have you on the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Martinez.
Thank you, President Martinez. Thank you, student member Salemi. I want to echo that. I'm really, really delighted that you're here with us. With your permission, President Martinez, I'd now like to introduce another outstanding student leader from Bridgepoint. I had to thumb wrestle Principal Calderon for the honor. So I will start, and then I think she also wants to say a few words about this outstanding student because she's outstanding. This next student is Marilyn Rollins, and we're delighted to have her here to speak as well. And Principal Calderon will, I believe, say a few words.
Do they need to be promoted?
They are, and there's something going on with the name, so we see two Julies. Paul, go ahead and promote both of the Julies this time.
Okay, perfect.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, President Martinez. It is my great pleasure to welcome our student board representative from Bridgepoint High School. She started out as a student at Newark Memorial and then continued her education at Crossroads. She herself advocated to join us at Bridgepoint High School, and that is where she has remained with us into her senior year, which is this year. She is hoping to graduate early. I'm hoping to hang on to her until June, but far be it from me to keep an outstanding student from accomplishing her goals. So it's my pleasure to introduce our student board rep and our joint school site council chair, Miss Marilyn Rollins.
Hi, Ms. Rollins, can you unmute?
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Triplett, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Marilyn Rollins, and I am a graduating senior at Bridgepoint High School. I am also a member of Bridgepoint Leadership and the chair of the School Site Council. Bridgepoint and Crossroads staff and students are adjusting to distance learning. We had a Zoom orientation with our principal and counselor. We now have a Facebook page, McGregor Alternative Education, and a new YouTube channel, McGregor Social Media. We miss being in class in person, and we look forward to being back on campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rollins, and thank you. We're really happy to have you give your school report and look forward to many more. Thank you. And Superintendent Triplett, do we have somebody from Newark Junior High?
I do not believe so, not this evening, but in the future, we hope that will also be, that we'll have a representative here from that school.
Very good. Thank you so much. So item number 7, recognitions and celebrations of first week of school, Superintendent Triplett.
Terrific. Thank you, President Martinez. So we thought we would do a little slideshow here to celebrate overall the really exciting, wonderful start of school. Even though it was quite unusual, it's nonetheless been really wonderful to welcome back our students and families and staff. So with your permission, I'm gonna play a little music, do a very brief slideshow.
my love, I want your heart just for a minute. Come by, let me feel it, cause you want my love. I want your heart just for a minute. Come by, let me finish. You want my love. I want your heart just for a minute. Come by, let me feel it, cause you want my love. I want your heart just for a minute. Come by, let me finish. Summertime's dry, I need something to get around. You don't need to fall in love, baby. I just be a drug. All your friends already gone. You just looking for someone and nobody looking back, baby. I could be the one just for a night, maybe a week, but I don't want to stay too long. Cause then you see all my weaknesses. I keep distance to everyone I see. Isn't me or you, but something making me feel brand new. Feeling brand new. Feeling brand new. Feeling brand new. But it still feel like you want my love. I want your heart just for a minute. Come by, let me feel it, cause you want my love. I want your heart just for a minute. Come by, let me finish. You want my love. I want your heart just for a minute. Come by, let me feel it, cause you want my love. I want your heart just for a minute. Come by, let me finish.
All right, so that's our celebration, and really want to celebrate and appreciate the staff, the teachers, the staff, the principals, the volunteers that came out to just support this kickoff. A lot of sharing of materials, families pulling up in cars to get their materials and get their Chromebooks, hotspots if they needed it. It was really a full city effort. You probably even saw the mayor in there sharing, giving food to families. So it's been a really wonderful, wonderful start, and we just wanted to really appreciate everybody for all that they've done.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I was going to say a special shout out, but it's a shout out to the entire team. Those days were just incredibly hot for those of us who had to, go take our student to pick up these materials, and those teachers, and not just teachers, but other staff members were there for hours in that heat. So thank you so much for everything that you've done to get to that point, obviously, and to be out there that hot time in the hot weather. So thank you so much. Thank you, Superintendent Triplett. Okay, so moving to item 8, which is public comment on non-agenda items. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have comment on non-agenda items?
Yes, we have two. The first one is Mr. Kerry Noob. Paul, if you could please turn on the audio.
Is the audio on?
Yes.
Okay. You want me to start?
Go ahead, Mr. Noob. Welcome and thank you.
Okay. Hi, board. Good to see you guys again under these circumstances. Yes. First of all, a quick thing about the letter from the county for the exception of having only 4 board members. I'm a little bit disappointed that it's not on the agenda right now because this is a formal thing that has to be available, and I think there's actually potential board members who, candidates who would be willing for a couple of meetings to help out. But anyway, that letter should absolutely be there. It's a requirement. Okay, so in general, we're having a situation here at the school. It's unprecedented. A pandemic that we've never seen before. And we're trying to do distance learning, and it's going to be incredibly complicated. And what I really hope that the board and also the executive staff is going to promote is a culture of patience and tolerance. Everybody goes through situations they have never gone through before, whether it's parents, teachers, office staff, or district office staff and students. We have to be patient and tolerant. A culture of blaming is not going to get us to the next level. And I think what is essential is that we give it some time. I think 2 to 3 weeks before we even get started and get a certain routine where we can start building upon. I want to highlight emotional care for children. You know, some children are probably just fine, but we do have to make sure that all the children understand what's going on. Also, some parents may have trouble. You know, their internet may not work very well. We really need to make sure that everybody can participate in this distance learning, you know, endeavor. Quick question about the hotspots. I know they are available. I just want to make sure, are they all distributed? Are all the kids served? Are all the teachers ready? You know, we have to make sure everything works. But again, patience and tolerance, that's really what's the most important thing. We have to give it time, and it's incredibly hard. We all hope that as soon as possible, we can go back to normal, but you know, we can't predict the future. So that's basically what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Knoop. Ms. Gutierrez, you said we had one more speaker? Oh, you're on mute. Ms. Gutierrez, you were on mute there.
Sorry about that. Okay. Yes, we have one more. Miss Cindy Parks. Paul, if you could please unmute Miss Parks.
Good
Hello,
evening.
Yep. Welcome.
Good evening. These are extraordinary times. This evening, I wanted to address a communication issue. I know the district and individual sites are working out kinks as the new school year begins. However, I think it is imperative for the district to ensure correct contact information is listed on the district website, especially for its top officials. Since the district office is closed, the public needs to be able to rely on the provided contact information and for it to be correct. On the superintendent's page of the website, the email link for Dr. Triplett is Ms. Aquino's former email, and the executive assistant slot says the position is vacant. Yet both of these positions have been filled for over 4 weeks. Ms. Salinas is still listed as the Associate Superintendent of Educational Services, and Ms. Gutierrez is still listed as a board member. I am sure the teachers have provided their contact information to the parents. However, all of the site staff directories I checked did not properly reflect the current staff. I hope all of this can be corrected shortly. Board Member Rodriguez, I'm sure you will remember this being an issue I previously raised before. Your board bylaw 9324 states the superintendent or designee shall distribute a copy of the unapproved minutes of the previous meetings with the agenda for the next regular meeting, with the agenda for the next regular meeting. At the next meeting, the board shall approve the minutes as circulated or with necessary amendments. The dates of the outstanding minutes are June 18, June 24, July 14, July 21, and August 6th. I hope these are brought forward for your approval soon. Finally, after the discussion at the last board meeting, I'm disappointed that Board Bylaw 9320 was not placed on the agenda to correct the board meeting date to Thursday. I hope this will be corrected soon. Thank you for your listening to me tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, and with that, we move to item 9, the superintendent report. Mr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Martinez. I'm going to pull up a slide deck here. If you give me 1 second, please. All right. So I wanted to just take a moment to talk a little bit about this first week of school, give the board and the community some updates on where things are in terms of the school kickoff. So you saw the slide deck earlier, but I did want to just name and continue to appreciate that we had last week on Thursday and Friday, the supplies and material pickup at every school. You see here, I believe this is some of our fantastic teachers at BGP. And they're giving out, what you see in that picture is the final bag of supplies for, I believe it was first grade. I love this photo because it's indicative of the fact that they were able, all families came and picked up their supplies. And at this point, when I took this photo, that was down to just one final family that was about to pick up their supplies. So students got the Chromebooks if they needed it, hotspots if they needed it, as well as different books and other materials for the year from every school. And speaking of Chromebooks and hotspots, so I'm really pleased and slightly relieved that we were able to distribute Chromebooks to every family and every student that needed one. And so I'm just delighted that that happened. We have not received the shipment of new Chromebooks that the board approved last month. And so that's good news, because that means that when we finally do receive them, which we anticipate in the next couple months, then we will be able to begin swapping them out with families for some of the older Chromebooks that are near the end of their life. And so that'll be really nice. And then the other thing, and I did hear one of the public comment, a question about it is hotspots. So we did run out of all of our initial supply of hotspots, but fortunately we had, and the board had the foresight to approve the purchase of additional hotspots. And those hotspots have come in. So we have sufficient hotspots for the families that need a hotspot. We are in the process, the new supply just came in, and it does take a couple days for them to configure each hotspot. It's a little time consuming. And so as people come in requesting hotspots, then we're going to be able to distribute them and any additional need that there is. But I'm really glad that we were able to supply families with both of these types of equipment when they needed it. I wanted to just remind everybody about the schedules, because the first 2 days of school were a little irregular with the picking up of supplies and all of that. But as of Monday, we have rolled into this regular schedule. Mondays are slightly different. This is the elementary schedule. That's true across all elementary schools. And then Tuesdays and Fridays are all the same every day. So I won't go over this in any detail, but just wanted to remind both the board and the public that we are now in these schedules, and this is what we're going to be following. This is the junior high schedule, slightly different than the elementary. And then lastly, the high school schedule. Both high schools have the same schedule. So I'm pleased to have had the opportunity to step into some classrooms this week, some virtual classrooms, and seeing some of the fantastic teaching that's already happening, the learning that's already happening, seeing students engaged. And I did want to share that we are really, the next step is we really want to support students to be in class, have their screens on, and what we're saying is be camera ready. And what that means is we want to make sure that all kids do have their screens on, and that they're really engaged and involved in the class. And we are asking families, community, everyone to really to support our students to be engaged in that way. It is not enough to show up to a Zoom or Google Meet and have your screen turned off. What I've been saying this week is it's really the equivalent of having your head down in class and being asleep. So we really want to continue to encourage this. We saw it this week in most classes. The vast majority of students have their camera on, their screen ready, camera ready, screens on. But we want to, this is going to continue to be a thing that we want to really make sure we encourage everybody to do. And before I jump from that, I did want to appreciate, I had the opportunity to visit classes at music, classes at Graham, classes at the junior high, and classes at Newark Memorial this week. And I will continue to rotate through all the schools every week, because my goal is that I'm not just visiting every school, but I really want to try to get to almost every class this year to be able to engage with teachers and students. So I do want to give a shout out to Mr. Fuller and Mr. Montoya at music. They're doing awesome stuff with their kids in math. I wanted to give a shout out to Miss Villo and Miss Irwin at Graham. They're doing amazing things in the humanities. Miss Johnston, Mr. Merritt, and Miss Haley, I got a chance to see their classes at the junior high today. Just really exciting STEM work, Puente work, math work. And then I also got a chance today to see Miss Robinette's class and Mr. Landon's class, both at the Memorial High School, and also doing really awesome stuff with Puente, with English, commercial arts. So there's already a lot of great learning and a lot of great teaching happening out there. And yeah, I just want to continue to shout that out. I wanted to give the board an update on enrollment. So it'd be very premature for us to give any sort of hard numbers at this point because there is still plenty of fluctuation. We still have people enrolling. We still have people requesting transfers in some cases. But I did want to let the board know that as of yesterday, we are very close to being on our projection target. And that's good news as long as we don't go below the target. So I believe our projections were, not I believe, I know our projections were 5,600 total students for this upcoming year. We're currently at 5,610, so very close, but we will continue to welcome more students, more families, and we're hoping that we're gonna stay at or above that projection target moving forward. We will have more really hard numbers and a full presentation of that later in the fall, but we don't want to do that until we get closer to the CalPADS 20-day count and all of those requirements. And then lastly, I just wanted to continue to lift up our child nutrition services and the food service that's happening at every school throughout this week and the last week. We are no longer doing the summer lunches. And what that means is now we are providing breakfast and a warm lunch, and not just the cold lunch that we were giving in the summer, but we are providing cold milk, cold juice, and any family can go to any one of our sites to pick up lunch. And so we've specifically designed that schedule that I showed earlier so that kids can take a break after right before lunch, and they could actually bike, they could walk, they could drive to any school and be able to pick up a lunch and have time to get back to their home to jump back into class. So want to continue to encourage families to fill out the application, the lunch application, and continue to encourage them to come to the lunches. I just a little preview. I did sample a lunch today at Music. Hot dog. There was carrots. There was pears. It was delicious. You might see that video online sometime in the near future, but I really strongly recommend everybody take advantage of the amazing lunches we have. And that's the superintendent's report for tonight. Thank you for listening.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my dog to stop barking before I come off mute. Thank you so much, Superintendent. Okay, and with that, we move to item 10, staff report. First item is learning continuity and attendance plan. I'll hand it back to you, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Martinez. Yes, so for this, I've asked our teaching and learning director, Mr. Delwich, to come and speak on, oh no, I'm sorry, I was getting confused here. Actually, we're having Ms. Cervantes Falk, who is the director of special projects, speak on this agenda item around the learning continuity and attendance plan for this upcoming year.
At this point, okay, there she is.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Martinez, Dr. Triplett, and trustee members. Like Dr. Triplett said, my name is Isabel Cervantes Falk, and I'm the Director of Special Projects, and I'm here to present or provide you with an overview of the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan for 2021. If I can share my screen, I believe I can. Let's see. Let me know, can you see that? Perfect. So like I said, so today is about the Learning Continuity Plan. Really the presentation or the purpose of the presentation is to provide you board members an overview of the 2020-2021 LCAP. Excuse me. The purpose and intent of this new document, what the components of it are, and the timeline that we have developed to meet the requirements. So to start with the plan overview, let me backtrack a little bit and talk about the state of the LCAP when we went on school closure up to now. Back in late March, early April, when we were sheltering in place, Executive Order N5620 came into play. And this executive order was the one that started mentioning about the delay of the implementation of the 3-year LCAP. It also talked about waiving some LCAP requirements, especially when it came to budgetary requirements. And furthermore, it established the COVID-19 operations report. It was the operations report that we approved, that we presented to the Board of Trustees, and we approved, which you approved, excuse me, in June. And the idea there was to give the LEAs an opportunity to explain or express what they were doing or what they had done to support continuity of learning and support parents, students, and staff during the COVID-19 crisis. During the summer, early July, then Senate bill came into play, Senate Bill 98, and this Senate bill superseded the requirements of the development of the LCAP, where the executive order had delayed the deadline to December 15th, then Senate Bill 98 said, no, we cannot do that. And so with Senate 98, then they discussed about the possibility and the implementation of a new plan, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, which is what we are now working off of. And this plan, as we look into this, its purpose and its intent is to serve as a continuation to the COVID-19 operations report. The COVID-19 operations report was giving the LEAs an opportunity to express what they had done between March and June, where now the new LCAP is being asked for us to talk about and describe what we plan to do the rest of the school year while focusing on student learning and making sure that there's continuity there due to the pandemic crisis. At the same time, that we balance the needs of all of our stakeholders and we streamlined existing plans and existing ideas. It's important for us to show you or to talk to you about the template and the components. It's very similar to what we are being asked to do. We were being asked to do with the LCAP. However, it does have some components to it that are very specific to distance learning and are very specific to the current situation. And it's asking the LEAs to really express what their plan is for addressing these subjects. And the three that I have highlighted here are the continuity learning, which has two subsections, in-person as well as distance learning. There's a section on mental health and social emotional learning. And then there's also a section on pupil and family engagement and outreach. Here's an example of what the plan looks like. And this is specifically the section on the continuity of learning. There are two sections really here, two subsections. The first one is short and sweet, in-person instructional offering. And really what is asking here is for LEAs to describe what the plan is for us to do in the event or when we are able to provide in-person instruction. So even though this isn't the case right now, they are asking us to start thinking ahead of time and to be able to kind of indicate how would we move forward with that. The second part, which is a distance learning program part, which is more of the continuation of instruction. And that's the one that has several subsections in it. And we are happy to see that the sections and the prompts that they pose for LEAs to answer are really specific to the needs and the situations that we are facing right now. So one of the sections really is asking us to talk about the access to devices and connectivity. So right away we can say that we are paying attention to that. We have been paying attention to that. And as Dr. Triplett mentioned, we are doing pretty good right now when it comes to the one-to-one piece. There's a section on pupil participation and progress. They're asking us, like, what are we going to do to ensure that the students do participate, and how are we going to measure their progress? Distance learning professional development. What's our plan? What are we going to offer? What have we offered? What do we intend to provide to our teachers, our staff, to be able to support students and families during this time? There's also a section on staff roles and responsibilities. We know that a lot of us, our roles and our responsibilities shifted a little bit. We've learned to do new things. We've shared responsibilities. So they're asking, has there been an impact on the LEA with respect to jobs or roles and responsibilities? And please let them know. And then, of course, there's always a section on how we're going to support pupils with unique needs. Another section that we have here is the learning loss. And this is a very important piece. It's all important, but this is an important piece because it's really asking the LEAs to think about how are we going to address any learning loss that might have happened in the spring, or any learning loss that might happen right now and in the near future due to the continuation of school closure. So it's really asking us to think about and be prepared for that. It asks us for strategies. What are going to be our strategies? What are our implementations? What are our processes? But then it's also going to asking us to think about how are we going to evaluate the effectiveness of those strategies, so that whatever funds we are putting into these strategies, that we know whether or not we should continue to do that or not. The last two sections that are also new and were not necessarily specifically pointed out in the usual LCAP template. The first one is the mental health and social and emotional well-being. So now it is really asking LEAs to pay attention to this and to ensure that there is some steps and some processes put in place to address these needs. And then the other one talks about the pupil and family engagement and outreach. This is specifically talking about what is the district's plan for if and when a student is either not participating in distance learning, and more importantly, is if a student is in the verge of not meeting the expectations and at risk of, say, dropping out of school or not meeting the graduation requirements. So it's really asking us to think about, these aspects. And again, as I mentioned earlier, these tend to be questions, issues that we've all been thinking about and grappling our hands around because we know that they're real. So that was just a quick view of the template, but like I said, there are 7 sections to it. So if anybody's interested, they can always see the complete template by visiting the CDE website. The requirements for the template also very similar to, for the requirements for the plan, very similar to our LCAP requirements. It needs to be approved on or before September 30th of this year. We need to hold a public hearing for review and comment, and this needs to be prior to the meeting of adoption, and it has to be in a separate meeting. So again, very similar to the process that we've done with LCAP. Again, posting the plan for review for review prior to the public hearing, and making sure that we provide options for remote participation in the public hearing. Because the deadline is September 30th, and because we know that it's a short time between now and then, the district team came together and established a timeline to help us facilitate the process and make sure that we do meet all of the requirements as well as meeting the deadline. So with that said, you can see that we've been talking about this since July, figuring out what the situation is and how we're going to handle this. The template itself was not made available to LEAs until the 1st of August. So we just started having access to an actual template. As you can see here is that we've started with, in order to address and be able to make sure that we have meaningful engagement with our stakeholders, we started a survey. That survey closes actually today. And then we're going to start developing the process of gathering the input and say, what are our stakeholders indicating that we need to do? We will hold a district, the DLAC is going to be meeting on September 2nd to review the current ideas, recommendations, and suggestions that the district is contemplating in doing. And then we'll also have our we'll have our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee that was in existence last year to continue and come to a meeting on the 2nd as well, so that we can continue the conversation with them. The idea is to have a draft of the recommendation suggestions available by September 4th to be posted on our website, so that we can have our public hearing September 17th. And this is where we're asking that if we could have a special board meeting after the 17th and before the 30th, so that then we can go ahead and approve a final draft of our LCAP. Once that's done, then we submit to the County Office of Education, Alameda County Office of Education, who then starts reviewing the LCAP, and they have until October 30th to provide us with any feedback, or if there's clarification needed in any section of it. Depending on if and when we receive such feedback, then we have 15 days from the date that we receive that to then answer or provide the clarification. But the clarifications also need to go through, need to be presented to you, the Board of Trustees, for approval. Going back, excuse me, let me go back to the PowerPoint if I can. Close. Oh, sorry. Sorry. My apologies. Is it presenting now? No. Okay, here we go. All righty. Like I said, professional development. Oh, this is where I am. Okay, sorry, my apologies for that. So going back to our stakeholder engagement and input, we feel comfortable and confident with what we've been gathering. One of the things that we had done since March, April, when we went on school closure and school was, and we were all working from home, we continue to have our parent advisory committee meetings, and we continue to discuss the recommendations and ideas that they had brought forth throughout the year. So we still have those ideas. And I was happy to see that as we moved forward, we were also looking at what were our needs now with the situation and how were those ideas aligning with the needs. And they aligned, you know, almost 100%. To continue with that, we also, like I said, have had several surveys. We had distance learning surveys, we had reopening of school surveys, we had technology needs survey, and then just the latest one, we had an LCAP survey that went out to all of our students, families, staff members a couple of weeks ago. And again, we're going to be having future meetings to solidify our recommendations. The good news is, well, it's all good news, but I'm very happy to share that as of yesterday, I looked at the results for the survey, and as of yesterday, we had, with respect to the English survey, we had over 1,000 responses. And I'm looking for my notes here. Excuse me, we had over 1,000 responses. And 63.8% of the responses were from parents. Approximately 28% were from students, and about 6% were from staff members. And I want to say thank you very much to our student trustee, Wahab Salemi, who really helped out in reaching out to students to complete the survey. When I believe it was, I don't know, I think it was Monday of this week, if not Friday, I don't recall. I reached out to him and said, hey, we don't have much representation from students in the survey. And he right away got to it and reached out to some students. So thank you very much for that. With respect to the Spanish version, earlier in the week, we only had about 50 responses. So we've reached out to many of our committees, our DLAC, our PAC, our parent partners who have helped us reach out to families. And as of yesterday, that number had raised to 75. So that was really good. And also our parent partners are, we printed hard copies of the survey in Spanish, and our parent partners were going to be handing some of those out during distribution of meals. And so I foresee having some more surveys coming my way, which we'll need to then input manually, but that's okay. The more answers we get, the better. So it's really good to see that in total, we have over 1,000 answers, you know, 1,000 people participating in the survey. And I look forward to looking at their input and what recommendations they're providing us with. In addition to student trustee, I also want to give a big shout out to our presidents of our different representative groups, NUMA, NTA, CSEA, as well as our DLAC president, Veronica Torres, who really helped with the Spanish version of the survey. But the presidents of the other groups also, once I reached out to them and I said, you know, would you please help us get more representation from your groups? They were quick to get on that, and because of their help, we're definitely seeing representation from all of our groups. So with that, like I said, I simply wanted to provide you with an overview so that when you see the plan, September 17th for the public hearing is not news to you. And also then when we bring it back after that for approval, that you're familiar with what we are asking you to approve for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cervantes Falk. If I may, board member, or sorry, President Martinez, I did just want to emphasize one thing, because I think this situation is unique and different than many times where we build a plan and present a plan and get approval and then utilize funds. And the unique part of this is that because of the pandemic and the urgent situation, these funds, the state has given permission to use the funds on things that we've already spent money on. So for example, the Chromebooks or the hotspots or things like that. Of course, it'll require the approval of the board, but it is a situation where we can use some of the funds on things that we've actually already expensed.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Ms. Cervantes, well, actually, before I ask my question, I will ask my fellow board members. Do any of you have any questions? Member Zhang, Member Nguyen, Member Rodriguez?
No, I think you're going to ask one of the ones
Oh,
similar to mine. So
I'm
you
not
can
sure,
go-
but I'll ask.
I'm gonna let you go.
No, so thank you for sharing the structure and kind of gives us a sense of what to expect coming in the next few weeks. It's not that far out from middle of September at this point. Just curious in terms of this last survey that you mentioned, because it does say that it was on the website, and as a family that has students in the district, I don't think I saw that. So was there a target audience that you went at, that you had with regards to that survey, or
Right.
Anyway, I'll ask that.
So good question. It went out, and Lucia can correct me because she helped me with this. So it was supposed to go out to all students and all families, parents, guardians of students enrolled in our district. So it would be interesting for me to see, when you said that you didn't see it, it was also posted on our website. So I will be more than happy to check in with you or have Lucia check in with you and see why you might have not seen it. So that's a possibility, because it did go out via email. So yes, we'll need to double check on, like Ms. Cindy Park said earlier, the contact information that we might have on file for you or your students.
And I always take myself as one data point. I don't say it's a systemic problem, but I use myself as a data point, because then I went on the website and I still don't see it. So it's always, this is a theme, and Superintendent Triplett, you know that we hear this from our community is that, well, we were supposed to have been reached out, or we just don't know, right? So I'm just, like I said, I'm just presenting myself as one data point where, whether maybe I missed it. I know my contact information is updated because I'm in Parent View and everything else. So I'm getting a bunch of other communication. So I'm not sure whether I'm an outlier or this is a broader issue. So I think we should dig into it. I would ask Member Nguyen, because you have kids in the district too. Again, as a second data point, because if we discovered that maybe we didn't touch a lot of families, we may want to consider, I know timing is tight, but we may have to consider extending Superintendent Triplett.
Yeah, if I may. So my understanding is it did go out on School Messenger and that it has been posted on the website, but
Okay.
I'll let Ms. Gutierrez chime in here with more specifics about the application.
Hi, yes, thank you. It did go out on School Messenger, as you did mention. So from School Messenger, it went out to on an email and then a phone call stating that there was a survey on the website to please check it out. On the website, it did get uploaded. I'm looking at it right now on August 10th. It stayed on there. It stayed on the banner. It's still on there, but it stayed on the banner on the front page for about maybe 5 days. And the way our website works for the banner is that you'll only get the top 3 latest news. So as I keep uploading, then that one got pushed out, but it was on the website since August 10th, and it is currently still there on, I believe it's under the section news.
Under recent news, yep. That
Recent
always
news.
gets me, because when I go to my website, I expect to clearly see it and I got to
Yeah.
dig for it.
Right.
So that's another challenge that we have.
No, it was on there right on the front page where the banner is. It was on there, but like I said, there's more information that comes up, so it was only on the banner for 5 days.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And if I may say, it really, I mean, we can extend the deadline. And the other piece too is my intent is that once this is set up, that we should have a link on our website next to the plan saying for continuous input, right? Because the good thing about this plan is that even though we approve it, when we approve it, it's a working document, right? And so we're able to then change things or modify things as they come. And I'm sure that we will do that, especially with the conditions that we're in, and we don't know what tomorrow's going to be like. But thank you for the question. We will look into that.
Thank you. Like I said, it may have just been me. Sorry.
No, I too did not get it through School Messenger, and I usually get everything through School Messenger. So that was it. That's definitely interesting. But yes, even the link on the website, you do have to sign into Google Docs to be able to fill out the survey. It was asking for a login. I just checked it. So those are the kinds of things I think on surveys we need to bypass that so that families don't have to log into Google if they don't have a Google account to be able to take the survey. So just something that I wanted to point out also. Thank you.
Thank you. Student member Salemi.
If I could just add to what President Martinez was saying earlier, from a student's point of view, I don't believe I got an email with the survey. So I think that's why it was low student response at first. But maybe next time reaching out to the principals, because I know they have the ability to send it out to students as well, and it would work that way.
Thank you. Okay.
I also recall that principals did share a concern at the beginning with School Messenger, so that might have been the situation. But thank you again. We'll definitely look into that.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Very good. Thank you.
If I may, I do think it highlights a different topic, which is the breakdown of our website in general, something that is causing me angst on a daily and nightly basis, but we can talk about it in a different agenda item at some point. But we are, please rest assured that it is paining us, and we are working behind the scenes to prepare to full website revamp.
Thank you so much. It pains us, has been paining. We have been in pain for a while, so we look forward to it being on the agenda very soon. Okay, next item is 10.2, Distance Learning Parent and Student Handbook.
Great, thank you. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Dolowich in a moment, but he's going to speak in depth about the the distance learning plan as it relates and as we have built it out for students and families to engage with. And so a significant amount of time was put into design the distance learning plan first and foremost by a team that really put a great deal of effort in. And then a significant amount of time was put in to create a handbook that would be accessible to students and families. And Mr. Dolowich and his team are the ones who created that, and we're super appreciative. So I'm going to turn it over to him to go through it and communicate it to you.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Good evening, members of the board. I am experiencing unstable internet connection, so if I have to come back on, that's the reason why. So like Dr. Triplett said, I was able to work with a team, and I'm very thankful for that. I'm sharing my screen now. So in preparation for beginning the 2021 school year with distance learning, Ed Services created a distance learning parent-student handbook that you see before you. It is available in both English and Spanish, and I would like to acknowledge the members that I worked very closely with in producing this important document, namely Melissa Moore, Pauline Kim, and Kim Nickerson. there are a number of highlights that I wish to share with our parents and guardians, students, and community members here tonight. And a number of those include preparation for the school day, as Dr. Triplett touched upon Chromebooks and Wi-Fi, school day structure, and then specifically school day expectations as they pertain to students and for our parents and guardians. So as we proceed through the document, and again, it can be found online, with respect to preparation for school, Chromebooks were distributed even before school began. Thank you to the principals and staff that took the initiative. As Dr. Triplett mentioned, we're happy to report every student and every family that needed a Chromebook did indeed receive a Chromebook. And of course, we've just recently secured additional Wi-Fi and hotspots. So we want to make sure that we are bridging the digital divide. One thing that the pandemic definitely does is it pronounces inherent disadvantages, and we want to make sure that we are addressing those disadvantages. As we go through some of the highlights of this, it should be noted that the state is requiring attendance each and every single day. And so students out there, and Wahab, feel free to help me. If anyone is sick or not feeling well, please make sure that you report your absence. We want to make sure that is accounted for. We also want to make sure that students understand the importance of checking in with live instruction daily. So that is an important thing, which I'll emphasize momentarily. With respect to the school day structure, it should be noted that we recognize in distance learning, it is vastly different than our traditional setting. So specifically, the schedules that Dr. Triplett shared, transitions and breaks are a place of emphasis. We want to make sure that students understand that there is protected time Monday through Friday to pick up those hot lunches or those cold drinks. We want to make sure that 11 to 12 is sacred time for families, and that students, you are not missing instruction during that time. As you continue through some of this plan, it should be noted that Google Classroom is indeed our learning management system in Newark. What does that mean for our parents and guardians out there? It's essentially a one-stop shop for student information, communication, and resources. And so as teachers set up their classrooms in Google Classroom, students are automatically enrolled. It also allows parents and guardians to observe some features of their students' own learning, including missing work, upcoming work, but it does not share the actual up-to-date grade. That is going to be individual, and it's going to require parents and guardians to reach out directly to their child's teacher. As you continue through the distance learning parent-student handbook, the district invested in Seesaw. This was very popular for our lower grade teachers, even though Google Classroom is TK through 12 for our learning management system. Seesaw is specific for lower grades. Why? To put it simply, it emphasizes student engagement, and we know that's a challenge for our little ones. And so it empowers teachers to create things, to reflect and share in a more developmentally appropriate stage for those lower grade students. And so Seesaw is available TK through 3, and it will be forthcoming next week to our staff. And then parents and guardians can look for that, especially if you have a TK through 3rd grader. And finally, with respect to meeting platforms, the district invested in Zoom. And so this is a very important point, especially with respect to our secondary grades, grades 7 through 12. It allows teachers to have more class control. And we are sharing a newsletter tomorrow, which detail some of those features for our junior high and high school students, specifically around entering a class with the appropriate first and last name. That's essential. Keeping your camera on. Dr. Triplett mentioned being camera ready. And so those features allow more autonomy for the teacher. And it also allows teachers to be able to mute or dismiss a student that unfortunately demonstrates inappropriate misbehaviors. And so that's important to note that we are going to emphasize that for our secondary teachers, Zoom, and we have invested that as a district. If we continue on here through the handbook, and I am going through some of those pages, passing up on them just to be concise and to make sure that the highlights for our parents and our community are emphasized. Student school day expectations. So attendance counts. Again, you need to submit your attendance, your absence if you're sick. But daily live instruction is an opportunity for students not only to engage with their teachers, but to interact with their peers, although it is virtual. And so we want to make sure that if you are absent, that students, you understand, we'd still like to move forward with providing you assignments and having you complete them for credit and for grades, and ultimately for your own learning. There is a big movement, especially as we continue with distance learning, to let students know that it is important to be ready for school. So when your camera's on, we'd like you to be dressed for school. If to the degree allowed at your home, to set up a workstation so that you have a space that you can turn to. Even as a parent myself, I need to do a better job of making sure my son puts away his drinks and food. You want to be camera ready and you want to be ready for school. And so we want to minimize and mitigate the distractions. When we look at during class, I mentioned before being camera ready, but also understanding that you're still in school. And so we are going to support staff and support principals with a disciplined flow chart to make sure that behavioral expectations are adhered to. It's important for us to maintain high expectations, especially with respect to academic excellence. And school day expectations for parents and guardians, many of us on here are among them. And we want to say loudly and clearly to our parents and guardians, we understand the challenges. We understand that you may be at work or that you may be on work, but at home when your son or your daughter is engaged in a classroom. And so what are different ways that you can engage with your students when you're not at work and it's the evening, or if your time allows in the morning, to remind students about being on time to class, about being camera ready, about engaging appropriately, especially at the secondary level, with your classmates and with your instructor. And so again, parents, if to the degree allow, to provide a workspace for your child, to be able to support them with their schedule and try to clarify any questions regarding school virtually, because it is different and it continues to be an adjustment for everyone. And then finally, it is of paramount importance to continue to just monitor that mental and physical health. So just as teachers are going to provide breaks, so too should parents and guardians support with letting your children step out, get some fresh air, stretch, make sure that they're physically active, ideally at least 20 minutes a day. And so those are important expectations for students and for parents, just to put front and center. Dr. Triplett shared a elementary schedule, and just to reinforce, all students should expect, they should expect a weekly schedule every Monday by 8:30. That is TK through 12. We are aligned. That lets you know on that Monday after live instruction what's expected of you, and also the learning outcomes for the entire week. You should know that, as well as those asynchronous assignments that happen Tuesday through Friday. If we look at our junior high schedule specifically, a few things to note: we prioritize that social emotional learning piece. We are committed to engaging with our staff. If it requires curriculum for social emotional learning, we are looking at that separately for junior high and high school. And we know mental health, and even leadership students that have prioritized mental health as a point of issue at our high school. So we want to make sure that that's prioritized Monday. There's an advisory period. And then of course you can see Tuesday through Friday for the junior high, and the high school is similar. Although if you look at that schedule a little bit more specifically, you'll note that Tuesdays and Thursdays, periods 1, 3, and 5 occur, and on Wednesdays, periods 2, 4, and 6. So that's an important distinction between the junior high and high school. But again, advisory and social emotional learning prioritize on those Mondays. If you go through the handbook and you want to look at it in a little bit more detail, Dr. Triplett mentioned the importance of protecting meal distribution. And so you can see 11 to 12 at a minimum. You can get that exercise hopping on your bike. You can pick up those meals, and you can know that you're not missing instruction. And so that is a very important point to note. There's more details and links embedded within the handbook specific for child nutrition services. And then also, just so you have it, in this 21-page handbook, there's a calendar for the year that parents can be familiar with. And finally, additional resources that are vital both at the county and state level. And that includes Alameda County Public Health Department, as well as our Office of Education and state organizations as well. So wanted to make sure just to identify the salient features, see if I can answer any questions. Very proud to be able to produce this again with a team and have it in both English and Spanish for our community. It's a framework, and we want to continually reflect and improve, but it should be front and center so that families are demystified when it comes to distance learning at the start of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolowich. Board members, any of you have any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you for the wonderful presentation. And also just wanted to, I just have one comment. When we were going through the screens on the meal distribution, the one that Dr. Triplett had put up before from child nutrition, it said the time was from 11:15 to 12:30, but in the distance learning plan handbook, it says 11 to 12. So we just want to make, can we get clarification on the actual time, the correct time?
Sure, absolutely. And I don't know if Dr. Triplett, if you want to address that, we have the protected hour. And if we go back to the schedule, and Dr. Triplett had a little bit of a cleaner version, but let me move that. And let's see here. And were you specifically referencing a particular level, for instance, like the junior high or elementary level?
No, it's just on the meal distribution slide that you had. Child nutrition right there, up on page
It's
19.
11 to 12.
Yeah, it says 11 to 12, but in the previous, in the superintendent report, there is a flyer which we got through school services, school messenger, also state or from the junior high sent out that the time was from 11:15 to 12:30. So I just want to make sure. So is it to 12:30 so they have a longer period to be able to grab those lunches?
Yeah, I can jump in here. Thanks for noticing this, Member Wen, because we need to make it a little bit more clear. It's 11 to 12 on Monday. That's what was agreed upon in the MOU. But on the other days, it is actually 11:15 to 12:30. So there is a slight variance there.
So we can absolutely update that. So, and to your point, I believe at elementary, Member Wen, that lunch begins at 11:10. So there's a 10-minute difference that needs to be corrected in the handbook.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We'll revise that.
I have something, if you don't mind.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dolowich. It's an excellent presentation. Having like a little workstation at home has always been a big thing for us, and we consider parents to be our partners, and we want them to be able to do that where the child's got a place where they can study and everything. And now more than ever, they need that. So if it's possible to maybe on the internet, if you put in workstation, maybe I'll have a picture of a young child in front of the workstation, and maybe get it out to parents so that they can see a picture of actually what works. I don't know if that's something that's possible where we can send it out with the kids or something, but it just brings it to the forefront, the fact that we're pushing for the parents to be our partners and have a workstation for their child.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Rodriguez. One thing I would say, and we can absolutely do that, is I think there's a need for onboarding our parents. And so holding live meetings from Ed Services, obviously in English and Spanish, and having a presentation with the visual you mentioned or a video, but going through and maybe in more detail how we can be partners in the process with respect to, okay, now as a parent in distance learning, if this is really going on long term, how can we support that, and what expectations would be helpful to kind of bridge that gap.
Thank you for sharing your comment, Member Rodriguez. I think that's an excellent point. Many of us make the assumptions that that everybody understands what a workstation is or should look like. You know, we all have our own ideas, right? So I think that's a great point. I know that I was speaking into your point. So first of all, thank you, Mr. Dolowich. I think you know, really great presentation and a lot of information. We have seen these come through. So this has been great. With regards to the onboarding of parents, I think that's a really, really huge point. Again, Member Wynn and myself, you know, are always two people that you can kind of, you know, gauge as in terms of we are exposed to a bit more information than most folks. So, you know, how are we sensing this true onboard coming on? Right now, we're just kind of watching the emails or watching our kids engage. But how is everybody else doing? How do they understand when we look at, hey, this is your role as a parent and guardian? Do we all really understand how you execute against those points that you have on that page? Superintendent Triplett, I know that I was speaking to a couple of different folks from other districts, family members, where just like this initial week was a lot of onboarding and getting the kids ready. You know, one of those periods actually, or a window of time, the teachers actually used to invite the parents and kind of give that onboarding, right? So I'm not telling you how to do it, but I think something that yes, with Ed Services is great, but I think even if we can get our teachers to engage in a way where it's not going to take a ton of time, but at least kind of get us to be in front of camera as well. So it allows folks to, you know, to at least ask questions on how to better help. So thank you, Member Rodriguez, for that point. Just thinking about that. Yeah. Yes.
I just wanted to add on that point. I think also to get more community involvement. I know there are parents out there who are very tech savvy, who have the setup for their students at home, you know, and would like to share how they do it. I think that maybe it's a good opportunity to get our parent community who have these wonderful ideas that are working for them to provide input. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we can put together a parent committee in terms of, and have parents reach out to them also for help, and make sure that, you know, we get it, not put it all on the teachers, but also, you know, get people involved. This is a time where we should be helping each other out and really rallying and pulling together. And if we have a system that is really working well for us, you know, we should share that. And I'm just trying to maybe engage and put it out there to ask for additional support from our community who has the time and resources to be able to do so. Thank you.
Erwin? Any other questions or comments from Mr. Dolowich? Very good. Well, thank you again, Mr. Dolowich and Superintendent Triplett for sharing this. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 11, which is employee organizations. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have some representatives that are lined up?
Yes, Miss from CSEA, Miss Sue Eustace should be on there. Paul, if you can bring her on as a panelist. And she's there. Ms. Eustace, you just need to unmute your mic. Thank you.
There you go.
Good evening, members of the board. I had written and I had planned to submit a CSEA report to the school board tonight at tonight's meeting. But after Tuesday's negotiations to get a new MOU on opening schools, I decided not to give that report, but to ask a question. Why do you not care about the health and safety of your classified employees and the students of Newark? Do I expect you to answer this question? No, but I do expect for you to attempt to try to find out why I would ask such a question. This question seems more important to me than any report I could have written or given. So I appreciate the jobs that you do, and I would have much preferred to have welcomed our new superintendent, but I feel compelled under today's time that it's important for me to ask this question and for you to consider what you might want to answer to me somewhere down the road. And I thank you for allowing me to do this. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Eustace. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have other folks from either NTA or Enuma?
None from NTA. We should have, I did receive confirmation from NUMA from Ms. Catherine Ingram Waters. However, Paul, can you confirm if she was able to log on? I don't think she was able to log on. I will follow up with her. I did already send an email. However, I will follow up again with her to see if there what may have happened.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for that. And with that, we move to item 12, which is old business. Superintendent Triplett, that was board policy 4113.5 regarding working remotely, coming back for a second reading.
Yes, thank you, President Martinez. So for this, I'm going to ask our Executive Director of Human Resources, Ms. Saavedra, to speak on this point.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Board President and members of the board. This item was brought for the board for approval at our last August 6th meeting. The board requested a revision to the language, and the revision has been made and is reflected in the board policy as you were able to review it. Tonight, we ask for approval of the new board policy 4113.5 on working remotely.
Thank you. And with that, I will ask for a motion and a second to open discussion on board policy 4113.5.
Motion.
Thank you. Have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. Okay, so I know that there was a particular question and regarding the availability of supplies and equipment. Just wanted to ask the board members if there's any questions with the new language that we'd like Ms. Saavedra to address. Okay.
Nope.
All right, seeing none, I will ask Ms. Gutierrez to repeat the motion.
Motion, actually, let me read the actual motion, which is to approve board policy 4113.5, working remotely. Motion made by Member Rodriguez, second by Member Nguyen.
Thank you. And Student Member Salemi, you would vote on this, so I will ask you for your vote first.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, and my vote is yes as well. So the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Saavedra, for bringing this back with the changes.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we move to new business. First item is proposal for a vertical bridge for installation and lease of a wireless facility, cell tower.
And Ms. President Martinez, we do have a speaker.
Okay, and so I'm going to remind me here. I do ask for, do I have the speaker first, or do we have a first and a second? A motion and a second before.
Motion second, and then this
Okay,
discussion, which includes the speaker.
Sorry, thank you. I just escaped me. So may I have a motion and a second to open discussion for item 13.1?
I move for discussion.
May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Student Member Salemi. Okay, so with that, you mentioned we have a speaker, Ms. Gutierrez. We'll start
Yes,
there.
for this item, we have Mr. Kerry Noop. Paul, if you could please open the his microphone.
Hi again. Yes, I'd just like to talk about the this wireless device, this tower. You know, we are in the education business. We're not in the business of communication towers. There are a lot of ways to make money, but you know, our school district is really for teaching our kids and educating our kids. We don't know about the potential risks. The tower, I read the information. There's a potential that a 5G addition is there as well, and it's just too early to say for sure that there are no health risks. There probably aren't any health risks, but we don't know for sure. And there's at least one California school district that you know, encountered increased cancer rates with their students who were very near a tower, and the tower where the tower is going to be placed is very close to the elementary school. You know, the kids under normal conditions come there 5 days a week, 6 months out of the year, and it's not worth the risk. So, you know, I'm even questioning why this is even on an agenda. Second, I must say I'm rather appalled by the firm using COVID-19 as a sales pitch. We're talking about a 35-year contract, which, by the way, cannot be canceled from the district side. It can be canceled from their side every 5 years, but the district is stuck with it for 35 years. And using COVID-19 as a sales pitch is there's just so much wrong about that. In summary, it's not worth to take the risk. And I'm very interested in seeing the responses from every individual board member, because if a board member would want to go for this, they certainly would not get my vote. And I hope the newer people will look carefully as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noop. Okay, so for staff this would be Mr. Superintendent Triplett, who will be speaking from staff on this item.
Briefly, only to introduce the Chief Business Officer, Ms. Dela Cruz. She'll speak more in depth on this item.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett and President Martinez and members of the board. Several months ago, actually almost a year ago, the district was approached by Vertical Bridge, who is an infrastructure builder of major cellular network for cellular network providers throughout California. And they had at that time presented a proposal, and the director of MOT and I met with the representative, Chris Vaughn, and he is here tonight to present to you the proposal and some information This is an information item only. We're not asking for any action this evening, but I would like to introduce to you Chris Vaughn, who will be sharing more information about the cell tower.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, if you could please unmute Mr. Vaughn. Actually, Ms. De La Cruz, I'm being told that Mr. Vaughn did not log in.
Okay. So I can't speak for Mr. Vaughn. We may have to take this to another meeting.
So Ms. De La Cruz, this is a just discussion and information only. Is the intent that you would bring this back, or you're looking for would you be looking for direction from us as whether is this something we would want to be brought back? What was the intent of today's meeting?
Yes,
or this topic?
is to provide the board with this information with the hopes that we would get some direction as to where the board might be in a position to do, whether they would support something like this or not. It does provide some revenue to the district. It's almost $20,000, or it could be more in terms of possible subtenants adding on to the lease. And it was mainly to give the boards more information about the possibility of having a cell tower on our property. And it was to be located over by the maintenance yard right next to BGI.
Okay, thank you for clarifying, because I don't know that we need to, I think we should have the discussion, regardless of whether, the person showed up, because I think, at least I have an opinion, but I would love to be able to have a conversation with the rest of the board in terms of what would be some of the concerns, and then we could give direction whether this is something we want to be bringing forward. Okay, I will open it up for the board members, questions, comments.
I guess I can start.
Yeah.
I'm currently really not in favor of it, only because of the 35-year duration. I know a while back in previous board meetings, I had requested a list of available, or a list of all real estate that the district owns, just because we are looking at consolidation and looking at land parcels that the district owns, so that we can make, better decisions on how we move forward if we decide to trade parcels of land with the city of Newark, or how to lease it properly or subdivide it or whatever. So for me, that 35 years would not allow us to do that sort of real evaluation on the property that the district owns. So for me, it's a definite no.
Anybody else, any other members of the board?
I have
Before jump
something.
in? Oh, sure, go ahead.
No, I apologize. I'm trying to get my dog to be quiet, and it's very difficult. But hopefully, I apologize for the barking in the background. We had the towers by the junior high school, and at first a lot of the community members who live close by weren't very happy with it, but it seems to have worked out. My question would be, why would it be close to an elementary school? I mean, we have the McGregor site that's, between the 10 acres that we give to the city, that we lease to the city, that's 20 acres there. There's plenty of room there. So maybe look at an alternative site that's not an elementary site. And then we didn't do all the solar that we were going to, and that might be an area that would bring money in as opposed to a tower, is having more solar units than we had already approved. So I wouldn't be in favor right now, but I would like to see if they would consider an alternate site, and that wouldn't be real close to the kids.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. Anyone else? I wanted to also comment, and perhaps Member Nguyen, because you and I are both on the consolidation committee. It's near and present in our thoughts in terms of the location of this tower and what we're committing and what we're signing up for in this long-term lease. I know that it's a total of 35 years with some initial 5-year terms, but there's probably some question around how quickly we might get out, given the investment that this firm is saying that they're going to have to make up front. Even 5 years, though, right now, forget the 35, 5 years for us, given that we are in this process of right-sizing our district, I think would be premature to just engage at this point. So also my direction, or my way in would be not to, I'm not interested in hearing this item at this point. Member Zhang, do you have any comments?
I actually wanted to, when they give, on this current material, I don't see whether they talk about how many mini cell tower they need for the 5G, because 5G is a lot more intense. The intensity is a lot higher than 4G, so they need to bring the intensity up to 200 to 300 gigahertz. So the idea is they need to have a lot of mini cell towers. So I don't know whether by approving or by going with this, we open up a floodgate about when they adopt to 5G, they said we need to have many of these mini cell tower or mini like hidden one within the 2 to 6 parcel distance from this tower, because that's what generally the 5G network is built. So this might just be a tip of an iceberg when it comes to approving this cell tower.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. I just, since I'm not for it either right now, it wouldn't make any sense to bring it back. But my daughter works for Fish and Game, and it's her understanding is that we have to approve it in order for them to come on our land. And I have a community member that said that they can, if they force the issue, they can override the board and put towers on our land or city. So maybe that's something we could look into. I'm hoping that that's not the case. They'll find another place to put a tower. And then I found out that when they put a tower in, let's say somebody owned a 10-acre parcel, they pay them close to $5,000 a month. So that's what I heard. But not $20,000 a year. But no matter what it is, I just don't think we should move forward on this. Thank you.
Okay. So Member Salemi, if you I'll give you the opportunity to make a comment if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that I don't believe the board is being presented with the full amount of information that it should be to make an action on this item. And like to echo what Member Rodriguez was saying, maybe we could look at somewhere different, and that space could be used for something like solar panels that he said that we haven't finished yet. So certain things like that are more important, and an action like this where it might be affecting the community, I think it's important that we also check in with the community in the surrounding area and see what they think before we move forward.
Okay, so I think Ms. Dela Cruz and Superintendent Triplett, I don't think this is something we would want to bring back forward. I think is that that seems to be the consensus from the board at this point.
Yeah, I really appreciate the input, and we want to just make sure that the board was aware of an option, but we certainly respect the input, and no problem not bringing this back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we move to item 13.2, which is the revised budget for Measure G bond projects and Russian fund, and this is an action. So the recommended action is that the board approve the revised budget of the priority projects for Measure G bond Fund 21 and Fund 40 capital outlay as presented. So that is the motion on the table. May I have a motion and a second to open discussion?
I move. Open for discussion.
Can I get a second?
I will get a second.
Thank you. Member Zhang, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have a speaker on this item?
Yes, we do have two speakers.
Okay.
The first speaker will be Mr. Carino.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Noop.
Okay, I heard my mic wasn't too loud, so I hope it's better now.
Yep.
Okay, just a quick thing about the presentation. I think it's essential to really separate Fund 40 and Fund 21. And I had got a little bit confused about what is Fund 41, what is Fund 21 with respect to the projects allocated. Having said that, you know, I think the most important thing for Measure G is the HVACs. When Vanna Construction left us, they gave us an exit report, and the exit report was clear. We need a lot of resources to continue to replace our HVACs. You know, new HVACs, older HVACs go out of service and need to be replaced. I'm worried that we run out of money, and HVACs are pretty essential. I would suggest to table this item for the following reason. I do not see any actions in that plan with respect to COVID-19. As you are probably all aware, it is essential that we have appropriate air filters in these HVACs. Unfortunately, COVID-19 is that the virus is somewhat airborne, and it's essential that we have appropriate filters. First of all, I would require the district to be transparent about this. We have to be open to the parents and tell them what kind of filters we're going to put in. Now, HVAC filters theoretically should help stop the distribution of this virus. Although, you know, it's a new virus and we don't know for sure. There hasn't been much science, much testing done, but HEPA filters, that seems to be the way to go. The problem with HEPA filters is that they need extra blow power, and it may very well be that some HVACs can't handle that. So it is essential that we make sure that we allocate enough money for Measure G to make sure that when the kids go back in school, they're safe, and that the students and the teachers are safe. Another element is IT communications infrastructure. There may be some requirement there, and as you know, that Measure G is also allowed to have you know, telecom and computing allocations. So I would request to table this and make sure that we thoroughly worked out the implications for COVID-19 when the kids go back to school. And finally, $200,000 for curb appeal for the district office. I think there's a lot of things that have to be fixed in the district law office before we should think about curb appeal. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Noop. And one more speaker.
One more speaker. The next speaker is Miss Cindy Parks. Paul, if you can unmute her microphone.
Good evening. I think the project list updated page is very confusing. There are projects listed and then references to other page or other funding sources. I'm not sure how the outdoor junior high bleachers ever wound up on the list in the first place. They had never been considered prior to February. I don't understand why the list shows $700,000 for door hardware. The board approved $661,339 in August of 2019 for the hardware itself. The proposal stated the product was going to be installed by your personnel at a cost savings of $53,280. There wasn't any allocation for additional salary. I'm happy to see the curb appeal projects being discussed once again. However, I was surprised to see the district office on the project list. They were not on the original list of sites. Whiteford is in the McGregor campus list, or map, I guess I should say, which can't be paid for with Measure G money. In fact, in June 2016, the board rejected district office HVAC upgrades and roof replacements since they had their eye set on moving either to Civic Center Plaza or to Whiteford. When the bid to convert Whiteford to the DO came in $4.2 million, the architect was told to produce a more basic rendition, but that never happened. I know I've been in the business office, in the back portion, back building of music, where there's been a scented air purifier running, and the HVAC has had many issues. I know there's significant dry rot issues at the front of the building. If you're going to put money into the district office, is landscape the best use of the money? Finally, you have limited resources and a school consolidation committee that might recommend school closures. Please consider all of the above when making a decision concerning these two budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Superintendent Triplett, I'll hand that to you.
Thank you, President Martinez. So I believe we have someone here to speak on this. Ms. Dela Cruz can correct me, from the project manager for the bond. But I think also Ms. Dela Cruz probably want to say a few words. I do want to just start with something, and that is that ever since I've gotten here, in speaking with folks, listening to the community, listening to families and staff, principals, over and over again, there has been a communication of the need to create some beautification of the landscaping. And so I really just want to advocate for this expenditure. I recognize that it's a lot of money. I also think that we need to be we need to represent the beauty and the wonderfulness of Newark. We should not be the eyesore of Newark, and our kids deserve that. Our community deserves that, and so that's why I really feel strongly this is a really important priority. And I probably normally wouldn't say this, but I do want to just articulate that the HVAC system is also a priority, and we have absolute intention of bringing that forth in the upcoming board meetings as well. So those two things are not mutually exclusive. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Chief Business Officer, Ms. Dela Cruz, to speak more on this.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. As you recall, President Martinez and members of the board, back in February, we did approve a list of priorities for the rest of the $7.8 million for Measure G. And we did also mention that there were some rough estimates in the budget, and that as we got better estimates, we would come back and give you that information and revised budget. So we've been working with RGM Kramer, our project manager, and they've really gotten down to the detail in terms of the condition of our irrigation, and have worked really hard to prioritize our list of needs. And with that, we're looking at about 3.2 million total in terms of the scope of work. And if you looked at the attachment, what we identified were certain areas of priority. And this proposal is really about what's been identified as Area 1 and Area 1A. And we tried to include all of our school sites in this so that at the minimum, we would provide landscape improvements in front of all of the schools. And when we mentioned Fund 40, or as we're looking at Fund 40, it is still part of the previously approved $2 million to spend in landscape improvements out of Fund 40. So what we're asking is for a revised budget, which would reallocate the plumbing budget of $300,000 to the landscaping, and we would cover those repairs out of our general fund. And then about $368,000 from the security budget into the landscaping. Ralph Caputo, he's our project manager here, and he's here to address and provide you some more information on the condition of our landscaping and also any questions that you might have on the estimates or on the projects themselves.
Paul, if you can please unmute Mr. Caputo. Actually, move him to a panelist, please. He's there and just needs to unmute himself.
And Ms. De La Cruz, is the intent that Mr. Caputo is here to answer questions, or was he, or the intent for him to give a quick presentation? What was your thought?
I wanted him to give you a little bit more background on some of the findings and discoveries that they've had, and also answer your questions.
Okay, we'll take a few minutes to get a quick overview. Great, thank you.
So Ralph, if you would just kind of share some of the big picture in terms of the condition of our irrigation and our landscaping around the district.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Martinez, trustees, Dr. Triplett. I'm pleased to answer any questions, but I did want to fill in the board and the larger audience with a little bit of background that is in the report, but I know it's quite a large document and includes some Google pictures and such. So with that, I just wanted to indicate, as we started to engage with the district, we certainly recognize the importance of the HVAC project. And I'd like to just start out by saying that we're still looking at that deeply, and we're in the process of getting some mechanical expertise to help with prioritization and budgets to try and bring that forward in a future board meeting. With respect to the landscape, we understand the urgency and the priorities of this on the list. I think what we're evidencing in our review is that the current funds that have been allocated are not enough to do significant improvements. The district has over 3 million square feet of basically landscape areas, some of which is irrigated, some of which has failing irrigation, and some of which is not irrigated at all and has been irrigated manually by the community or district maintenance. The systems involve old galvanized piping that's rotted away. System piping, valves, sprinkler devices are in disrepair. The PVC piping is broken in certain areas. And in many of the campuses, the wiring is a direct burial wiring, which is very well used in the industry. However, we have rodents that have been eating away at it, and therefore sprinklers that may be working otherwise are not able to work automatically. So the magnitude of 3 million square feet could easily run into the 3 million or more range. What we've tried to do is prioritize those incrementally so we can work with the district and the board to determine the proper areas that are of high importance and the associated dollars that would be required to bring those areas into repair and provide some landscape mulch trees and grass in some areas and other types of simple but nice improvements to enhance the appearance of the facilities. So as Marie was indicating earlier, we were looking at this in a very phased fashion. So, you know, in order to proceed with any of this work, we do have to continue with some further analysis, some further engagement with the district relative to prioritization. And in this case, we have worked with the M&O department and district administration and have determined some high profile areas that we keep trying to shrink down and work within available funds. And so we have identified priorities 1, which is depicted in the materials that you have, that can fit within striking distance to the current allocated funds. However, that's a very small piece of the entire campuses and it doesn't address all of the district's wants, including the engagement with principals that was done prior to our coming on board with the district. So we've also looked at a 1A option, which as your CBO has described, was previously allocated out of a prior fund. So, you know, to move forward with this right now, we're still in the planning stage, and it's not really a request to spend the entire 3.3 million, but it's just to start some initial designs and to move incrementally. But clearly, I think our message is that the money that was allocated purely out of the 7.8 million for Measure G is really insufficient at this juncture, and it will require some level of additional funding that we can prioritize around. And so with that, I'm open to any other discussion or questions you may have. Thank you.
Unmute myself here. Thank you, Mr. Caputo. And with that, I will open it up to questions from the board. Okay. I have a question. So with, you know, as I was looking at all the items and then those aerial pictures, so I mean, we really are just talking about the curb appeal. We're not talking about the fields. Right?
Right.
Okay. Because that was, you know, when we actually walk out into our fields and see that our kids really can't play, they're not usable. I mean, so the reason I ask that is because these are big numbers we're talking about. And first and foremost, I got to say that I absolutely support figuring out how to go and invest on our campuses. Absolutely. I was just a little bit taken aback at the cost per square foot, you know, for either or the irrigation and landscaping, or, you know, all the different codes that you have. So, I mean, are these just, how did we land at our estimates, if you will, on the cost per unit, if you will?
Sure. So we have broken those down so you can see what is just mulch, what is sprinkler repair, brush, and stuff like that. These are preliminary at this juncture, but we are professional cost estimators as well as project managers. In addition, we have a large database of similar projects that we're doing in many, many other districts. And in addition, the district previous to our engagement received some input from local landscape contractors that are actually, you know, $1 or so higher than the numbers that we're using.
Okay, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah. Now, obviously, scope can be modified. There could be options developed as we move forward, but we're talking, you know, pretty certain numbers if we did everything that's included, but there are certainly other options that we are discussing internally and with the district.
I'd like to share.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
You know, we've, in the past, you know, we have a community that really cares on how the schools look and everything. And I appreciate the fact that we're really focusing on that because it is important. But if you look at the city of Newark and our parent population, I would imagine we might have as many as 100 landscapers that actually live in Newark. And these are all, local, independent, either they work for a landscaper or they do it themselves that have adult knowledge and know the sites, because their kids might go there. So I understand there's a point when a project gets so big that it's very difficult, especially with budget cuts that we've had to ask our staff to take care of it. And I just want to make sure that people understand this is no way take away from the excellent employees that we have that take care of our property and try to make each school look as beautiful as possible. So, but I'm sure everybody's looking forward to this. So this will make it easier for us to continue to do the day-to-day things that we need to do to keep the property looking good and everything, which is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez.
If I could share.
Yes.
In terms of the current priorities that we have listed, I don't necessarily fully align with all of them. If we look under plumbing, I didn't see NMHS listed at all, if I'm correct. Like in terms of the bathrooms and the sinks and the water quality, when we, like a specific example is when the boys' locker room, the sink where we wash our hands and stuff, there was multiple times where I've turned on the water and it's been like a brownish color. So things like that, I think, is first priority. And another, we do have, I think there's a consensus between students that bathrooms really need to be looked at more, and there needs to be funding towards that. I mean, if you go in, you have some locks that don't even correctly align and they don't lock the stalls, or we have mirrors that aren't really even mirrors, they're just like a sheet of metal. So
Gotcha. Yeah, got you. And I think just City Member Salemi, as you're kind of coming into this, we'll bring you up to speed on just kind of the broader scope of work. Specifically, we're talking about the allocated funds. Not to say that those things that you're talking about would not get done. Absolutely, we need to think about the timing and how we're funding them. I think for this particular topic with regards to the irrigation and curb appeal projects, I think bringing it back, and I'd ask our CBO, Ms. De La Cruz, because that's as I was thinking about it. I'm going to repeat my statement, which was I'm in full support that we need to do something for the way our schools look, and not just because of how they look, but they have to be comfortable and inviting and a place for people to sit and whatnot. But so a couple of things I think that we need to consider. We have a couple of different funding sources. So I really appreciate just the work that's been done, Mr. Caputo, to just look at, here is the total dollar figure. Of course, some estimates, but this is for a piece of the pie. Now it's on us to kind of go back and say, do we want to do all of it? Do we agree that these are the sources of funds? We know that the Russian fund, and this is an activity, an item that was voted upon more than a couple of years ago, right? Where board gave direction that we would have, was it the 2 million? Sorry, I'm getting jumbled up here. The Russian fund money that says, okay, here's the money to be allocated, that is set aside. I think the question now is, do we take some other funds, right, from Measure G, from some of those other, the plumbing and some other, or the security budget, and reallocate, right? So I think that's really the question at hand. If I'm correct here, because the action is that the staff is recommending that we approve the revised budget, which is we're approving that we want to allocate money for Measure G, that we are repurposing funds in those other two categories. And I think that's, I want to make sure that those are the things that we tease out as a board. Is that something that we want to do? So I wanted to throw that question out there. I will weigh in, which is my biggest concern is I like to see the whole, but my concern would be the phased approach and the timing. Once again, we are in the discussions around consolidation of some of our elementary schools. So that would be a concern as to how quickly we would move down. I don't have a sense of how quickly we would be moving down the list, if you will. I think that's one. And the second item, I too believe that our district office has bigger problems than the curb appeal. So maybe it would be time to go relook at our possibility of moving to Whiteford at a much more modest budget than was brought to us last time. So those are kind of my 2 cents there. That would be my biggest concern in saying, yay, move forward with this big broad budget.
I'm also in agreement with President Martinez. Those are my concerns, especially going into school consolidation and looking at the list. I know that we did approve this, but I think there is room for reprioritizing the list of priorities and see if those items are still, what we want to use Measure G money to fund these projects or not. But definitely, yes, the HVAC is a must. And I appreciate Mr. Caputo letting us know that the work is in progress. And also, yes, I would love to see our school looking beautiful and have all the irrigation replaced and landscaping. But I just want to make sure that the work is not reflective of routine maintenance in terms of these, leaks and stuff that we have listed here. So those are the only things that are that pop out right now for me. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Member Rodriguez. Mm-hmm.
Years ago, we had a campaign on painting our elementary schools, and everybody got excited. The sites were able to pick the colors and stuff like that, and it became a school-wide project where we got our people involved. That the parents and everybody, and helping to pick out what colors they wanted. I know it's something that we can get the schools involved in, what shrubbery goes around, and if there is any shrubbery, where they have a kind of an impact on, flower shrubbery around each site. It just creates community involvement, and it just it excites the whole, makes the whole project more viable, in my opinion. Just a thought.
Member Zhang, do you have any comments or questions?
One small comment when it comes to funding source. Overall, that I think historically in this district, when you delay routine maintenance long enough, that becomes eligible for capital outlay fund like Russian 40. I think if given in an ideal world, I would rather we do the routine maintenance early enough so some of these things don't fall into the category which is eligible for Fund 40. And I want to echo other comments made by board members regarding the potential consolidation of the elementary school and the potential moving of the district office. So if I want to prioritize projects in our different school size, I will prioritize on junior high and high school because we know those properties are there to stay. And just one last comment for me, philosophically speaking, I'm not really a strong believer in the beauty or the facade of the school make the learning great. I think what makes the learning great or effective is the people inside the classroom, not stuff outside of the classroom. So philosophically speaking, I am not really a great person that say that's invest to make our curb appeal look beautiful, or like our outside surface look beautiful. I understand that for certain it make people like it improve the morale, but I never think that's really the top priority for any school district. Yeah, that's just my overall idea. But obviously you can be case by case, right? If your school look really, really bad, like creates a urban blight in your neighborhood, then that's a different thing. But I just want to say my general opinion.
And I would say ideally we didn't have to choose, right? Because it's equally important. Because I think you know, our kids come to those campuses, they should be proud, right? And it should be the center of our community. So I'm going to disagree with you there. I wish I think it is important because it just speaks a lot about our pride and what we're providing to our kids from the minute that you walk in front. Forget opening the door. From the minute you step in front, you say, yeah, that's my school and I'm proud. So I think that, you know, here's the challenge that we have. We never have enough money, right? And yes, ideally we would have done all this maintenance, and ideally after 50 or 60 years of these schools, we wouldn't be in this situation, but here we are. And I think so bringing it back, I think, to what is the action that's being required of us here? Because I think I completely agree with you, Member Zhang, that I think the way the item has been presented, it does definitely cause noise for us in terms of it, because it is big. So it's important that we know the size. But if the action is to approve the whole, I would be very uncomfortable, right? If the action is to say, look, we've got allocated funds in Fund 40, let's use that and let's prioritize the high school and the junior high. Then that, for example, for me, and I'll let the rest of the board members speak, that would make me feel much more comfortable in saying, yeah, let's give you a direction, let's move forward on that, and then let's figure out where we land on, you know, with the universe of elementaries, frankly, because we still need more time for that. And then what does that funding gap look like between what we may have left over or nothing from Fund 40 and what we would have to really allocate from Measure G?
President Martina, would it be appropriate for me to just address some of the concerns that
Sure,
have?
absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate the concerns that have been lifted up around, is this problematic for us to invest this degree of funds into the beautification of a school that hypothetically possibly could be on the list to be consolidated? That is something that we definitely considered and are taking very, very seriously. And my understanding from Mr. Caputo is that that given the timeline of the consolidation decisions that are upon the board, it actually approving this expenditure would not preclude, would not force us to be using expenses for a school that would then turn out to be consolidated. The consolidation decisions are going to need to be voted on by the board before the end of the fiscal year, before the end of December. And given that, it would actually be possible for the allocation of these funds for us to not, sorry, I'm having trouble explaining this, for us not to renovate or landscape schools that it was decided were actually going to be consolidated. Mr. Caputo, is that accurate?
Yes, it is. And I think that's part of the confusion is we needed to depict that we have a lot of territory and that we don't have a budget to do it all. And the budget may be bigger to do it all than the board or even district administration would recommend. But we needed to show the overall general cost to improve every facility, fields, and frontage and other pertinent areas. Yeah. But what we're working to do is to prioritize it with district administration. This is not an action item to approve any work at this point. We're still in the planning stage. but we're recognizing that the initial allocation is insufficient to make substantive progress. And, all of these islands and areas around the school are connected. So, but we do intend, this is really just an action item to bring information over the overall condition, and we've priced it out in increments, and we can come back with other variations. This is really just an action item to, appropriate additional funds to the level that the board acknowledges, but we still have planning to do. We still have bid packages to develop. Some areas we can do informally, other areas will still require some expertise from a landscape architect. So we intend to be coming back and engaging to the board with the ideas and concepts for each of the areas, and how those budgets fall into whatever appropriation the board decides. Additionally, in terms of the district office, I did want to indicate that it's a little confusing in the sense that it borders the snow school. So there are some areas that could be attributed to the district office, which is really that borderline area in between. So it's not, you could call it district office, you can call part of that snow, but there is some area-
Music.
Or chilling, I'm sorry.
Music, sorry.
Music. Hey, I'm still getting familiar with these schools,
correctly.
right?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
it's not an action item to improve a big expenditure, other than to recognize that allocations and our focus needs to be, brought
Well,
together. to
Unfortunately, that's not the recommended action, is though that we actually approve some of that additional funds be considered, right? Ms. Dela Cruz? I mean, so there is an action where that, I totally get it that, like I said, I think it's fantastic that we are seeing the scope or the magnitude, if you will, of, and this is only part. But right now, the question on the table is, are we comfortable with this revised list of projects? I think capital outlay, again, Fund 40, that is, unless we change the prior board direction, that's there. There's a directive already that those 2 million are allocated. Right,
Yeah,
correct?
and just for clarification, President Martinez, yes, the recommendation is to revise the existing Measure G budget, number one. And because we did recognize that the budget for the irrigation and landscaping and curb appeal is at $800,000, when it's not enough to even cover, the priority areas that we talked about. And by revising the budget, we also recognize that $300,000 that we allocated for plumbing repairs could actually be covered under routine maintenance. It's not really capital outlay or anything that needs to come out of Measure G, because a lot of those repairs are more maintenance, and technically we truly shouldn't be paying that out of Measure G anyway. So it's moving that 300,000 into the landscaping, which I think is more of a priority in terms of Measure G. And then with the security, originally we budgeted 500,000. So to take a portion of that and move it also to landscaping, where we need more of an allocation, it still leaves us with over 100,000 for security, which I believe we still would be able to complete those projects that are listed. And if we find out later that we may need more funding, we could also either find another source or, again, reprioritize. But this is really about reallocating the budget, because if you recall, initially those numbers weren't based on anything other than what we kind of estimated based on just not being an expert, just really ballpark.
Okay.
So now that we have more detail, we know exactly, at least closer on what these projects are going to cost. We have to reallocate the budget. And I believe the board, we kind of told you that from the beginning, that this budget really is very just ballpark. And this is more detailed. So now that we know we need more money, more of a budget into the landscaping, this is our solution and our recommendation to move the budget around.
So I think in the fewest moves here, we are looking to increase irrigation and landscaping by a little bit over $500,000. The two key funding sources would be that plumbing, 300,000 plus a 368 reduction in security. That's really net what we're voting on, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yep. Yes. Member Wynn.
Marie, oh, sorry, Ms. Dela Cruz. I'm so sorry. So will you revise the list and remove items that you are going to use general fund money to pay for, to fix routine maintenance on? Remove that from our priority list.
So plumbing, for example?
Yeah, under plumbing.
Yes, we
And
will.
then-
Yeah, on the attachment right now, it just shows the change.
Okay.
But as we update the budget, yeah, those line items will be removed.
And then also, what is the intent of fixing the bleachers at the junior high? I know that it hasn't been used for a long time because it is, in disrepair and stuff like that. But is that a real priority considering they don't, are the students or anyone really using that field up in the front?
Good.
Yeah, my understanding is that the bleachers right now are not usable, and with one of the main events that it is used for is for graduation.
Oh, okay.
For sure, I know that. And the way they are now, there's several rows that you can't even use. So.
Mhm. Yeah, if I could just jump in, I think that is a discussion that we've been having with Mr. Caputo and his team, and with the maintenance team, and so that's something that we are seeking to find a remedy for, but I don't believe that's part of what we have on this proposal.
Okay, no, I'm just thinking ahead because if that's the short $100,000 that you guys need in addition to irrigation repairs, that's something that you can use. But also, if it's just used for graduation once a year, I don't think that there's any reason why we couldn't use the Newark Memorial High School field to do that for graduation. So I'm just looking to help you add on to your budget, not reduce or take away. Okay, so
that member Neil.
Okay. Thank you.
That was definitely a conversation that we've been having. I think we haven't landed on anything yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, to clarify, final actual estimates and contracts would come back for us for approval, right?
So did we mention, were you talking about the bleachers at the junior high school?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember us having a graduation there for probably the last 10 years. Everything's been either in the gym years ago, and then recently at the high school, which has worked pretty well. But the property is used. Fremont Football and other organizations will use it, and the last thing you want is somebody to sit on a bleacher and fall down or hurt themselves, because then you got a liability issue. Yeah. So, if you're going to have them there, they should work a little bit, but you don't have to, spend a whole bunch of money to, get new bleachers, but maybe make sure they're safe, or just block them off so people can't sit there.
Well, it's good to know that is, if we wanted to prioritize this, that's how much it's going to cost us, right? So I think that once again, that's the intent. And I know we've kind of talked quite a bit of this one, and in the spirit of keeping this moving, one more question to our CBO, just to our student board member Salemi's question around, and we all know that anyone who's toured some of our schools, we look at our bathrooms and we say, wow, right? So how would we be funding if we start to prioritize some of those plumbing issues or bathroom issues? What would be our funding source for that? Would we have to go back to Measure G, or would those be regular routine maintenance?
It sounds like most of it could be under routine maintenance. So it would be something that we can certainly assess and take a look at and build into future budgets. Because we do have routine restricted maintenance that we're required to budget every year. It represents 3% of our expenditures. And that is the one source that I can think of right now that we would be able to allocate.
Okay, I think we've had quite a bit of discussion on this, so I will ask Ms. Gutierrez to please repeat the motion on the table so we could call for a vote.
The recommended action is that the board approve the revised budget of priority projects for the Measure G bond fund, Measure G bond and Fund 21 and Fund 40 capital outlay as presented. And I have a motion from Member Nguyen and a second from Member Zhang.
Thank you for that. Okay, student board member, how do you vote?
I abstain from voting on this item.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez?
Before I vote, I just have a question on this.
Sure.
Measure G was very specific on how we spend the money. So has that been looked into, that we're not violating anything from the original measure that was on there and what we promised the people? I just want to make sure. I mean, I'm okay with this, but when you change something and you promise that you would do something else, it definitely doesn't make us look good. So I want to make sure that Ms. Dela Cruz, I'm sure you've had a chance to look at the original Measure G and you know, what we promised the community what we would do with the monies. So I just want to make sure that we're not moving in a direction that's opposite what we promised our community when they first, voted on Measure G a few years back.
No, I certainly understand that and appreciate that, Mr. Rodriguez, but landscape and curb appeal and improvements are all part of Measure G.
Okay, so I'll be a yes.
Thank you. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
Knowing the individual item will come back, so I'll vote yes on this.
Thank you. My vote is yes as well. So the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great discussion. Thank you for the thorough work. We've been sitting on that money for quite a while, so look forward to getting some movement on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Caputo.
Okay, item 13.3. And I just looked at the clock here. Sorry, I think I'm going to call for some extra time, but I'm actually going to, and miss some guidance here, Ms. Gutierrez. I know that further up in the agenda under employee organizations, I think we had a miss on a statement that was sent in. So with the, I'm not sure if I can just go ahead and move back or ask the permission, the rest of our agreement of the rest of the board that this is okay, because I would like to ask you to read the statement from NUMA. Is that, I don't think, does that require a vote, or can I just get a consensus from the rest of the board that they're comfortable if I move back?
I think at this point you can just ask the board members if they can, if they're comfortable moving back to an item. Because it is just discussion, there is no voting.
Okay, thank you. And again, we just want to apologize to NUMA for that miss. So if you do have it available before we move to the next item, Ms. Gutierrez.
Yes, I will do that now. And it reads, This is a statement submitted by NUMA, specifically their secretary, Ms. Dr. Wendy Castañeda Leal, and it says, "Good evening, members of the board and executive cabinet members. On behalf of NUMA, we want to take this opportunity to thank our teachers, classified, and support staff for a very supportive transition to distance learning. We also welcome all new employees, teachers, and staff who have chosen to work with our community. Some of the highlights we have had these past several days are the following. Staff at all schools spent the first week of school passing out Chromebooks, materials, and supplies. We also connected with students, parents through email, phone calls, and other means of communication. We are so excited to see our students and hope for a successful, unique school year. Our junior high and high school campus students were eager to start, and through continuous collaboration, we are able to support our families as best as possible. It is a busy time of year, but very exciting. Thank you, NUMA." That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I apologize for that. And with that, we move to item 13.3. I will not ask to extend the meeting just yet. I will wait a little longer and see how much we can get through some of these items. So next item 13.3, agreement with our behavioral health consultant. Who would be covering that item?
Yes,
I
thank you.
move that we approve.
Oh, hang on one second. So sorry, the staff recommends that the board approve an agreement with Jackie Melcher for services at Schilling Elementary. You're correct. Before we start discussion, motion and a second. So Member Rodriguez moves. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Superintendent Triplett. Sorry, I think you were gonna.
Yeah, so I don't know that this needs that much explanation. I can answer questions if need be, but my understanding is that this is a contractor that has been in our schools prior. And the reason that it's coming in front of the board as an individual item is because it does put us, I believe, over the threshold of the current contract. And that's the only reason why it's sort of a standalone. But this is an individual and a position that has been serving our students and families prior years and is deeply a part of the school community.
Thank you. Any questions from any of the board members? Okay, thank you. Question, clarification, just given that this is a contracted employee, is this something that the student board member would vote on? I don't think so, correct? Okay, thank you. All right, so student member Salemi, I will skip you today. So Ms. Gutierrez, can you please repeat the motion?
The motion for item 13.3.
Yes.
Staff recommends the board approve an agreement with Jackie Melcher, behavioral health consultant for services at Schilling Elementary. And there's a motion by Member Rodriguez, second by Member Nguyen.
Thank you very much. Member Rodriguez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item 13.4. Staff recommends the board approve the administrative board policy and administrative regulation 3230, either as presented or to bring back for a second reading. May I have a
Move that we
motion?
approve. I move that.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Any questions or comments? Nope. Okay. So actually, and I think that we did this last meeting. Let me correct myself. I know that both options are listed, but I think the initial motion was made. If Member Rodriguez would recommend that we approve in first reading, we would clarify that we would approve as is, correct? So is that what you meant, Member Rodriguez, to approve as is? Okay, thank you. So, so then, Ms. Gutierrez, please repeat the motion.
Current motion is staff recommends the board approve as presented with the recommended revisions. To approve board policy and administrative regulation 3230 for federal grant funds as a first reading.
Gotcha. Thank you. And it was made, motion was made by
Member Rodriguez, second by Member Zhang.
Okay, thank you. Member Rodriguez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, sorry, student member Salemi, sorry.
That's all right. I vote yes.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Zhang.
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Thank you.
I'm fine with being second to the student board member.
Sometimes I do while I get my rhythm, and but please excuse me, student member Salemi, I'll get it. Next item is 13.5. With the board policy administrative regulation 6020 parent involvement. May I have a motion and a second on this item, please?
President Martinez, if I may, if we can, I can just ask the member making the motion to clarify whether they would ask for a second reading or remain at a first.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I move that we approve the first reading as it is.
Thank you. Member Zhang? May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Any questions on this particular item? Okay, and if not, please repeat the motion, Ms. Gutierrez.
Staff recommends the Board of Education approve board policy and administrative regulation 6020 as is.
Thank you. Motion made by
Member Zhang and second by Member Nguyen.
Thank you. Student board member Salemi?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion passes unanimously. Next item is 13.6, Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6171, Title I Programs. So again, may I ask for a motion and a second, and please clarify if you're recommending approve it in first reading or to be brought back. Thank you.
I move that we approve 13.6, Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6171, Title I Program as is.
Second.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. Any questions or comments? Thank you. So please repeat the motion, Ms. Gutierrez.
Staff recommends that the board approve board policy and administrative regulation 6171 Title I programs as is. Motion made by Member Nguyen, second by Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Student member Salemi?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. Thank you. So motion passes unanimously. 13.7, Board Policy Administrative Regulation 6173.1, Education for Foster Youth. first reading. May I have a motion and a second, please?
I'll make a motion that we approve his first reading.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Student Member Salemi. Any questions for the team? Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Gutierrez?
Staff recommends the board approve board policy and administrative regulation 6173.1, education for foster youth as is. Motion made by Member Rodriguez, second by Student Member Salemi.
Thank you. Student Member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. Thank you. So motion passes unanimously. 13.8 Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6174, Education for English Language Learners, first reading. I have a motion and a second, please.
I move that we approve 13.8 Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6174, Education for English Language Learners, first reading as is.
Thank
I
you.
second it.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Any questions or comments for the team? Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez?
Staff recommends the board approve board policy and administrative regulation 6174, education for English language learners. Motion made by Member Nguyen, second by Member Zhang.
Thank you. Student Member Salemi?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. So this item also passes unanimously. Thank you so much. 13.9, NUMA salary schedule adjustment. The motion is staff recommends that the board ratify salary increases for NUMA, which includes certificated management, classified management, confidential classified supervisory, behavioral specialist, and occupational therapist for 2021 school year. May I have a motion and a second to open discussion on this item?
I move to approve 13.9 NUMA Management Confidential Supervisory Employees 2020-21 salary schedule adjustment.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions for Superintendent Triplett or CBO? Okay, thank you. Miss Gutierrez. I don't know where that came from. Can you please repeat the motion?
Yes, staff recommends the board ratify salaries increases for NUMA, the Newark Management Association, which includes certificated management, classified management, confidential classified supervisory, behavioral specialist, and occupational therapist for the 2020-21 school year. Motion made by Member Nguyen and second by Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So our motion passes unanimously. And next item is 1310, which is the addendum to the Chief Business Office Employment Agreement. Recommended action is staff recommends, oh, sorry. It's the actions on the proposed retroactive 2021 salary adjustment for Chief Business Official.
I move that we approve.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I second it.
Thank you. We'll open discussion. Any questions or, Superintendent Triplett, if you just wanted to say a couple words about this item and why it's back on.
Sure. This is, as the board will recall, there was discussion on this last time, in particular, comments and sort of questions around the fact that there's a salary schedule as well as a contract for this particular position. And so what we've done is we've gone back and attempted to put it, rather than have the salary schedule and the contract, put it all into the contract as an amendment to streamline the language and the steps.
Very good. Thank you for clarifying. Any questions or comments?
Just want to say thank you, Mrs. De La Cruz, for your service in the past. I think a little bit more than a year already, huh? And
No,
I
it's
think,
not. Is it?
yeah, I think it's a bit over a year, I think, right now. So I think you've
No.
you've navigated through some, we're in pretty trying times. I think you've used your skills and your professional experience, navigated through some very difficult financial decisions. And I think we're definitely financial as a district, we're in a much better shape than before you started. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Maybe it seems like more than a year, but it hasn't been quite a year yet. It's a year in September. We've been through a lot.
This is a time warp for many of us, so.
No, I agree. I didn't know whether Ms. De La Cruz would make it the year, coming from RP to K-12, but she's more, I knew that she would succeed, and I'm glad that we're able to get her, and I'm glad she's here, and she's going to continue to help us as we maneuver through the difficult items that we have coming forward. Thank you for staying.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Happy to be here.
I too echo the same sentiments as Member Zhang and Member Rodriguez. Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz, for your hard work and dedication to the district. We really appreciate you and all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nguyen.
Thank you. So we have not voted on this item. So we'll ask Ms. Gutierrez to please repeat the motion on the table.
Recommendation is to approve the addendum to the Chief Business Official Employee Agreement. Motion made by Member Rodriguez and second by Member Zhang.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Member Nguyen?
Yes.
And Member Zhang?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. Thank you. Okay, so I know we're gonna cut it close. I know we don't have much to go, but I will ask for a short extension just so that we can get through these items. I don't think we'll need the 30 minutes, but I would ask for a 30-minute extension. I have a motion in a second.
I move that we extend the meeting till 10:30.
Thank you. I have a second.
A second.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez, how do you vote?
Good vote, no, but I'll say yes.
Member Nguyen?
I think you forgot to ask student board member.
Oh, sorry, student member Salemi. I'll get better at this. Oh, there you kind of froze. May I get your vote?
Fine, right. Sorry, I think I froze. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And Member Rodriguez? Yes.
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. So we extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Thank you. With that, we move to item 14, consent agenda personnel items. Staff recommends, oops, there you go, the writing. The board approved the personnel report as presented. May I have a motion and a second?
I move that we approve the personnel report.
Thank you. Have a second?
A second.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. So item 14.1 carries. Item 15, which is consent agenda non-personnel items. May I have a motion and a second to approve items 15.1 through 15.2?
Sorry,
Yes.
President Martinez, there actually is a comment
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry. Mhm.
Yes, my fault, on 15.1.
Oh, okay. Very good. Go ahead. So we would have to pull that one and vote on 15.2, correct? So may I have a motion and a second to approve item 15.2?
I move to approve item 15.2 warrant report for July 2020.
Second.
Thank you. Student member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Okay. My vote is yes as well. So item 15.2 passes, is approved, I'm sorry, unanimously. So we do have a speaker for 15.1. Go ahead.
Do you want to make a motion?
Sorry. May I have a motion and a second to open discussion for 15.1?
I move to open discussion for 15.1.
May I
I
have a
second.
second? Thank you, Member Zhang. And go ahead.
At this point, Paul, if you could please unmute Miss Cindy Parks.
Good evening. Good evening. This is the third time this item has been on the agenda in the last 2 months. The first 2 times you saw individual plans with incorrect membership composition pages. Before you this evening is a membership page for what appears to be a shared council, which is allowed for up to 3 schools with fewer than 1,000 students on a shared campus or geographic proximity to one another with similar pupil population. The agenda item doesn't address or explain why the membership page lists both sites, but the biggest issue is the merged plan is not attached, which is what the agenda item says you are approving, not just the membership page. I hope you'll correct your motion and table this item for it to be corrected again. Thank you.
I would like to withdraw my second. I think it is very important that, you know, we look at everything that's pertinent to a certain item that we're voting on. I'd like to see it come back if the rest of the board agrees.
Excuse me, President Martinez?
Yes.
We have the school principal here as well as the director of special projects to answer any questions, if that would be helpful.
I guess I'll be curious to hear from the other board members, and thank you, Member Rodriguez. I know we've seen this because this is at least the 3rd or 4th time that it's come before us. But in the spirit of, you know, as this agenda item was agendized, I mean, we really, either we are voting and saying, hey, I've seen the document, I don't need to see it again, or if we're not comfortable with that, we would probably ask that this item be brought back. So I'm just curious to hear from the rest of the board members before we ask any questions, because I think frankly, from just a procedural perspective, we may need to bring this back, but curious.
So I think we did similar thing to other school plans. Just if there's something wrong, just bring it back and make it correct. If it's again, because this is again the issue of composition.
The issue here is that the SIPSs had been brought to us before. What was incorrect was the the composition of the panel, if you will, or the council. So the council was corrected. And so this is the sheet that we see before us. We just don't have the SIPSA for review, if you will, right? So we've seen the SIPSAs. This sheet that's before us was the corrected item. We just don't have the whole packet together.
And it isn't just about us, it's about the community being able
Exactly.
to see everything.
Exactly. Exactly. So, so I would, I mean, at this point, I would suggest that we bring this back unless staff tells us that there is something that's, the engine's going to stop if we don't get this moved forward. And therefore we could ask staff, the principal that's on the line. Otherwise, I would suggest that this item be withdrawn and brought back.
Yes, and also I think there wasn't a joint plan in terms of the SIPSA. I think we saw individual plans for Bridgepoint and Crossroads.
True, true. That's a great point.
President Martinez, if I may, based on your direction, you have to let us know whether you want us to unmute the principal and Ms. Cervantes, if you'd like.
Well, at this point, I think what would be best, Superintendent Triplett, is that we brought this action back, this item back with the attached SIPSAs.
I don't think we need to bring the principal back and everything.
No.
We've been talking about
But I
this
just
for-
wanted to hear from Superintendent Triplett. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, if that's the will of the board, that's fine. They both people stayed in order to be able to answer any questions and address any concerns. They've been here all night waiting, and so they are available.
Mm-hmm.
If it would be helpful to hear from them and from them any rationale for why what has been posted was posted.
I don't know, frankly, I don't think I could ask any intelligent questions just because I don't have it in front of me. And I absolutely will say that the point that I didn't consider is I was comfortable saying, hey, I've seen the SIPSAs, we've corrected the panel, but if by us now going into one council, I don't know this, is the expectation and then the SIPSA is a joint SIPSA? It's a question, I suppose. So I don't know that it makes the most sense to engage in a conversation right now.
Yeah, because if we bring it back, we can ask the question, why did they decide to do a joint SIPSA? So that would be one question, but
we can also address the questions to the superintendent, and then he can ask the principals and get it to us.
It's procedurally, let's be clear, right? Because even at this point, when it gets brought back and the SIPSA gets submitted, it may go through consent without any questions. It's just that right now we don't have it in front of us. Okay.
All right.
And it should have been attached. So that's our recommendation, is that this item is brought back. I think that's
Great
what I'm
point.
hearing.
That was a great point. Thank you.
Okay. So there was, the second was withdrawn, so we need the motion to be withdrawn. Who made the motion?
I think I made the motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Okay.
I would like to withdraw my recommendation or my motion to approve 15.1.
Thank you. So if we could then, Superintendent Triplett, we could agree that this would be brought back to us at the next meeting. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 16, which is the board committee reports, is 16.1. Are there any specific reports?
Can I ask something? Since the principal and I think superintendent said someone else had stayed all this time, I think it's important that we, take a couple of minutes, and I mean, I like to, and thank them for doing that, and be willing to hang in there in case we had any questions. I just want to make sure that they understand that.
Thank you,
Thank
Member Rodriguez. Absolutely. Okay. Item 16.1, again, Board of Education Committee reports. Are there any updates on any of the existing committees?
I sent the whole board the update from Superintendent Hanson on ROP. We had a board meeting at 3:30 that lasted about an hour and a half, all about the beginning of school and how they're working well together with each one of our districts. So it's RP is going very well, and it seems like, you know, everybody's on board and working well together. So that's all I have on committees.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. Member Nguyen, were you going to say something?
Yes, I'd just like to mention that we will be having our first, I guess it is a kickoff meeting for the school consolidation on August 27th, coming up from 6 to 8.
Thank you. All right. I think that's the only thing we had. Next is 16.2. Any board questions or requests for staff? I'll start with you. Oh,
I had one.
Okay, go ahead.
Superintendent, I'm sorry. I just I promised my dog a late night walk, and when you did the extension, it's like going too late.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
But anyway, I wanted to get an update on counseling. I know we're short at the high school, down to 3, and we have new counselors. Not too long ago, we were told that the secondary, schools would work together in unison on working with counseling and stuff like that. So I'd like to see if there is a need at the high school for somebody to come in. Is it something that we can do and move some counselors around, on a need basis? And also, we've had pretty good history of getting interns to come in and working as counselors. And I was hoping that that's something we can revisit and hopefully bring somebody in from one of the colleges, the programs for counseling. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Student Member Salemi, do you have any comments, requests?
I'd just like to thank everybody for the warm welcome. This is my first meeting. And I'd like to also, say thank you to Superintendent Triplett, President Martinez, Ms. Gutierrez for really reaching out. And I think we've created a strong rapport and relationship, and I hope to do so with the rest of the board members and the rest of the staff. And I did want to add Ms. Cervantes Falk. I really want to thank her. She's been very supportive and open to making some changes to how we usually do things in terms of the LCAP and stuff like that, to include student representation. So, and I think we have made strides in that area. And so I'd just like to thank her for that. And thank you guys.
Thank you. Member Nguyen?
I would like to welcome student member Salemi again, and let him know that I really appreciate, his introduction earlier this evening. I love the fact that you have a good vision of items and in terms of like what you want to accomplish being on the board with us. And I love that it's very inclusive and very thoughtful of you to mention all those items on the list. So welcome aboard, and looking forward to be working with you closely, and looking forward to your achievements. So so congratulations for sitting on the board with us. And then next, I just want to say thank you to all of the staff and all the teachers. For my personal experience as a parent, the the first couple of days of school has been well planned and executed by staff and by all the teachers. Was really impressed with all of the junior high teachers and how organized they were. Especially, I can only speak for my daughter's teachers, but I know that it's a collaborative effort on all of their parts, and they were ahead of the game, sending out communication to parents in terms of setting up Google Classroom and everything like that. So there was actual class on the first day of school, and really getting the ball rolling. So that was awesome. So well done. And also to the rest of the teachers, I know that this is difficult and frustrating, and at times you probably feel unappreciated, but know that you are appreciated and that you have our full support. So thank you for that. And then lastly, I just wanted to say or ask, will we be having a study session next board meeting?
I don't think that the next meeting has a study session. I think it should have been, Ms. Gutierrez, I think it should have been this meeting, the second meeting of the month, correct?
Oh, okay.
Given the calendar that we approved.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Member Zhang?
Again, welcome on board, student member Salemi. Really like your introduction. Hopefully you're gonna enjoy this and learning a lot, at least the next year. And I want to commend staff, superintendent partnering with the Tri-City volunteers at the Shielding Elementary School site for food box pickup for our low-income families. That's a job well done. And in addition, I think Dr. Mark in the park is a wonderful event. And thank you for coming to Ash Street Park 2 days ago. I see a lot of parents showing up to see you in person. And I'm also glad to meet you first time in person. Hopefully you continue these ad hoc Dr. Mark in the Park events so to let more community members see you in person. That's it.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Okay, so I will.
Can I say something before you go? Before you go?
Who wants to end the meeting? Yes.
No. The student board member. I just wanted to tell you guys that you're very lucky because you're going to have this young man for 2 years, and I think he's going to be a great board member. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so first I wanted to just give a quick update. I know that the last meeting we talked about the open seat on the board, and Superintendent Moreau will be giving us a resolution that exempts us from having to call a special election. So again, we had given the direction that we would keep the seat open to be filled with a regularly scheduled election. We initially had hoped that we would have that resolution for this meeting. As everyone knows, obviously they're very, very busy at the county office. I did get an update at the beginning of the week. I still don't have it yet. They were hoping to have given it to me even by today. I'm hoping that by tomorrow we get at least an indication of the date. That's my request. At this point, we will likely schedule a special meeting just to get that moving. We do have time, actually. Our time, I believe, expires September 13, Ms. Gutierrez. So we do have time to get the resolution passed. I am just trying to get commitment on when should we expect the resolution in our hands. So I will have more of an update as soon as I get it. Okay. Again, I did speak live to our folks that were connected with there, I believe on Monday or Tuesday. So still working to try to get an update. Okay. The second item I wanted to touch on is one of our community members talked about patience, that I think that this week, of course it's not, and nothing is ever perfect, but I think it went really well. Again, one data point, I think, my kids had a very good start of the week. And I'm hoping that that's really representative of the whole. I know that that's because of a ton of work and dedication that everybody, from district office to admin at the sites to teachers to everybody, the CSEA teams that are supporting, there's a ton of work. So please, nothing is going to ever be perfect. If we set ourselves right there, we're just going to be disappointed, and just know that these are unusual times. Please, let's share some patience and empathy with all of our folks. Not always easy to do, but please let's remind ourselves actively and those around us. Third is, Superintendent Triplett. I know that, again, COVID continues to hit some of our disadvantaged groups, disproportionately. So it would be great to maybe get an update on how what are some of the things that we're doing in engaging our families, maybe at the next meeting, or certainly if there's anything before that we can support as a board. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us. I promise only two more things. One is around communication. And I know, Superintendent Triplett, this is keeping you up at night, and we are always reminding you of it. So I do look forward to, as you think through some potential solutions, some potential approaches on how to tackle it, certainly in the short term and versus long term, or however, would love to see that come up before us in the next meeting or two. And I would hope that the rest of my fellow board members agree that we are here to support, because we know whatever strides we make there is going to be huge for our entire community. And then finally, not only Dr. Mark at the Park, the being present, wow, it's so refreshing. We know it's again, everyone's working really hard. You are constantly, sending your emails at past midnight and whatnot. We just really want to thank you. How refreshing. You don't understand how meaningful this is to our community to see you out there and engage with our parents. And it's just, we're very happy to have you, and we'll continue to support you any which way we can. Dr. Mark. And with that, I hand it back to you for any concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, President Martinez. I will just say I'm having a blast with you all, with the community, and we got so much work to do, but I can't think of a place I'd rather be right now. So thank you all, and Board Member Salemi, it's so great to have you on board, and really looking forward to collaborating with you and the other student leaders this year. So thank you all, and I'll leave it there because I think everyone's ready to go home.
Yeah, Member Rodriguez is ready to go for his walk. With that, I will entertain a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting.
Make the motion.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez, can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Student Member Salemi. And with that, how do you vote, Student Member Salemi?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez?
Yes, stay safe.
Member Nguyen, thank you.
Student Board Member Salemi, please jump in. Don't be afraid to speak up. Use your voice. With that, I say yes, and good night.
All right. Member Zhang?
Yes.
My vote is yes. So 10:16 and meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.